For those of us here, I request you to please put your phones on silent. Quick hygiene check in case you need to use the washrooms. They're on the left side of the hall. And I request all of you to please settle down. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Good morning once again to everyone. Welcome to ISPP. My name is Vincy, and I want to welcome you to the launch of ISPP's flagship report titled Administrative Reforms for a Viksit Bharat. Yes. Today marks a significant milestone for ISPP's journey towards shaping a more progressive and collaborative India. We have an exciting lineup of speakers and discussions for you today, and it will be throwing insights into our nation's growth trajectory. Without further ado, let's kick off the morning with opening remarks from Mr. Luis Miranda, the co-founder and chairperson of ISPP. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Luis Miranda.
Thank you, Vincy. Welcome to the launch of our first flagship report, Administrative Reforms for Viksit Bharat 2047. It's a big day for us. This morning, I was reflecting on why we started the Indian School of Public Policy. In 2018, some of us, Parth, Subhashish, our founding dean, Vallabh Bansali, and Nandan Nilikani and I, got together to create a school that would be different. A school that would focus on growth and help our country become more prosperous by facilitating the creation of better policies. We strongly believe in democratizing public policy by bringing the public back into policy making, as Parth repeatedly reminds all of us. It is important that all three sectors of society, Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar, come together to help us become a developed nation. A 30 trillion economy sounds ambitious, crazy, but it's huge a number. It's an exciting number. It's an energizing number that our Prime Minister announced. And it's not necessarily fantasy. But we need to grow in a much faster and inclusive manner if we want to get to this 30 trillion number. Our bureaucracy has helped us over the last 75 years stay as a democracy and keep our country stable. It now must be an enabler for Viksit Bharat. And that's why we picked the challenges facing our administration as the topic for our first flagship report. Our team, led by Professor O.P. Agarwal, has worked for the last 6 months on putting this together. We've held many fireside chats and panel discussions with stakeholders to help us come to the recommendations that OP will soon talk to us about. We've also looked at what is needed for our cities to become stronger engines of growth, because we believe that if we are to become a developed nation, our cities must lead the way. This is why our first policy brief, which we released in August earlier this year, was titled The Economic Significance of Urban Areas. This is not a Doge report. It's become very fashionable to talk about reforms in the last couple of weeks. The team has kept in mind the prevailing political economy in our recommendations so to talk about stuff that we need to come to a Viksit Bharat. We believe that these recommendations are all implementable, and we also have suggested a rough timeline for their implementation, a scheduling of it, sequencing. More importantly, today's launch is not the end of the process. It actually only marks the launch of the start of the process. We have articulated what we believe we need to get to a Viksit Bharat, and the hard work starts now. We need to work with other stakeholders to see how these recommendations can get implemented. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope that you find the discussions to be useful. We look forward to your suggestions, and we look forward to your support as we create next-gen policy leaders for a rising India. Back to you, Vincy.
Thank you, Louis, for those inspiring words and really for also reminding us about the mission of ISPP. We will now proceed with the official launch of the report. I invite Professor O.P. Agarwal, Mr. Gurcharan Das, Mr. Jamshed Godrej, who's joining us online, Mr. Louis Miranda, Mr. Parth Shah, and the research team, including Harsh Srivastav, Snehal, Jibin, Sadaf, Astha, and myself, to join us in the launch of the report. Mr. Godrej, can you hear me? Do you have a copy of the executive report?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, if you could hold it up, that'll be great. Thank you.
So please come here. Yes, please the middle.
Am I? This is the middle?
No, this is probably the. Yeah. Where are the others? Hi, Jibin, Nehal, and Astha. Nehal. Just try to keep this space, huh?
I think it should be closer.
We've taken the picture. We'll now wait for the presentation.
Thank you to all our distinguished guests for participating in the launch. To dive deeper into the report, I now invite Professor O.P. Agarwal, Professor of Practice and Senior Fellow at ISPP, who will present the key findings and implications of the report. Please join me in welcoming Mr. O.P. Agarwal.
Morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Vincy, for inviting me to make this presentation. Now, a report like this, in barely 15 minutes, I can't do justice to present the whole report. But what I'm going to do in this short while is just present some of the key issues that come up here, some of the key recommendations that we made as part of this report. I would encourage all of you to read the entire report, but what this will contain is just some key recommendations that we made, which, as Louis said, we think are implementable. So first, by way of background, the whole idea is the country wants to grow from being a $3 trillion economy to a $30 trillion economy. our rough calculations indicate that this is roughly about a 9% growth every year. Now, the current year's growth projection was 6.5%. And some time ago, the chief economic advisor, who will be there later this evening, said that in the first 6 months, it was about 5.5% roughly. So one would wonder, is this really a possibility, 9%? But India has grown at close to that in the past. South Korea and China grew at over 10% per year in the 60s and 80s. So we believe there's no reason why India can't do it either. So it is not an impossible feat. Now, the question that we are trying to answer is not what your growth path should be, but much more about what is your delivery machinery supposed to look like? What should the delivery machinery look like if we have to achieve this kind of a growth? Now, looking at that means we've really looked at our administrative system, and what we felt is the current administrative system has done a phenomenal job in keeping the ship stable so far. It's done a phenomenal job in keeping the country stable so far, keeping it a democracy. A lot of things that this administrative system has done in terms of conducting elections, a massive logistical exercise, all that has happened very smoothly so far. We've managed crises very well, COVID being the most recent one, again, things that have been managed well. But when it comes to picking up on opportunities, when it comes to looking at development, have we really been able to do as well as we've done in managing crises? And the question we are saying is, are the skills required for keeping a ship stable in stormy waters, is that skill the same as what we need to get the ship moving ahead at rapid speed once the waters have become calmer? That's the fundamental question we are trying to answer. Are there changes needed in doing this? Now, the limitations of our report, given the time and resource constraints, we've limited it primarily. Is that Nali? Media room. Okay. So the limitations are we've kept this to the central government. We haven't gone into the state governments. We haven't gone into local governments in a very big way, even though we recognize they are very important parts of that entire delivery machine. But resource constraints and time constraints, we've limited ourselves to the central government, hoping that at a certain stage, we will also take up looking at subnational governments. That's one. So, but we have gone into a little bit of looking at how city planning happens, how urban management happens, because we feel that urban areas are crucial to this growth strategy. So what, as Louis mentioned, the way we've approached this is looking at much more of panel discussions, consulting people, having fireside chats one-to-one. Mr. Godrej was one of them who gave us over an hour at a fireside chat. We have had many panel discussions. Many of you who are part of the panel discussions are here today. My thanks to all of you. But we've decided let's do it much more as a consultative process. And once we've got ideas from there, we've done some internal research to look at how these things are managed in other parts of the world, and then looking at how some of that can be replicated in India or adapted to the Indian context. That's the approach we've taken in doing this work. It's not a typical academic research where we only do research and data and all that. It's consultation plus some internal research that we've done. But as part of this process, some of the key concerns that got highlighted during our discussions. One is, we felt it was a highly fragmented government. There are far too many ministries. Individual sectors are broken into subsectors. So as an example, you have transport divided into 5 different ministries. In the US, transport is one single department of transport. Energy is one single department of energy. In India, you have 5 ministries dealing with transport, 5 ministries dealing with energy. Now, the problem with that is, just to give you an example, the problem is, let's look at transport sector. And if we say that transport has to decarbonize, what happens? The Ministry of Road Transport looks at decarbonization only from its perspective, which means build better roads so that vehicles move smoother and you have lower emissions. The railways looks at decarbonization as electrifying the railways so that you have less emissions from there. But if you were to look at transport sector decarbonizing, a key thing would be move traffic from road to rail. That does not happen because each one is looking at it from a very narrow perspective. This is the problem with too much fragmentation. That is one problem. The other problem that got highlighted during the discussions is we have far too much of perception-based decision making rather than evidence-based decision making or data analyzed decision making. This is the second concern that came up. The other one was a risk-averse bureaucracy. I think far too many people have had difficult times because of certain decisions that they made. People now don't want to decide. Very often it's called policy paralysis or whatever it is. Various terms. I've often said you have more watchdogs than dogs. With the result, decision-making becomes difficult. The other is there is weak collaboration with external stakeholders. We try to do too much within. We don't talk to others. We don't respect others. We think all the knowledge is within us. But there's so much more knowledge outside. I think the ability to, at a mature level, have consultations with external experts, bring them into the whole thing, that has been a weak area for us. The other is when you look at the selection process for the civil services, I think the process is far too long. The whole examination cycle is 1 year. And a minimum 1 year preparation if you have to get anywhere close to success. It means you're asking a youngster to invest 2 years of your life into something which is literally a lottery. Now, how many good students are willing to do that? That's one big question. So, very long selection process. Then the performance appraisal system, again, for those who've been within the system, you know this, the performance appraisal system is all about punishing mistakes. It's not so much about rewarding good work. So the default setting for any officer's performance appraisal is an outstanding report. So every officer is then looking hard to see, is there any reason for which I can give him something less than outstanding? Because I can't give outstanding to everyone. So they look at mistakes that get made and make that less than outstanding. Now, this is a way of punishing inadequate performance, not about rewarding good performance. That's another bottleneck that we face. Second, the other one is senior level positions in the government don't have a linkage to domain knowledge. You have people coming in at the top positions in certain ministries who have no background in that sector. Now, that's been another weakness. So, linking domain knowledge. The very weak investments in capacity building at the lower levels, often I call that the base of the pyramid. The base of the pyramid is demotivated, does not know enough, no investment in capacity building at that base of the pyramid level. Then looking at the urban planning systems, our urban planning systems are primarily land use planning, spatial planning. It does not have a strong enough economic vision behind that plan. If we don't know what is our economic growth ambition, where do we want to go, very strong analysis of what will be our economic growth drivers, we don't know what infrastructure we need. And if we don't know what infrastructure we need, we don't know what we want the land for. So without that, a whole urban planning is a weak area. So our cities are also weak in the sense powers in the city level, the mayors in India are much weaker than mayors anywhere else. But these were the primary concerns that got highlighted during our discussions. And based on that, these discussions, what they really suggested was 6 areas of reform. And the 6 areas were strengthen internal collaboration. That means within the government system, strengthen your collaboration. Second, strengthen external collaboration, collaborating with others. Third, strengthen innovation and risk-taking ability. If you don't take risks, you don't innovate. So if everyone is scared to take a decision, you don't have innovation. This is something that needs to happen. Fourth, ensure competent staffing with the right capabilities at the right place. Fifth, strengthen your integrated visioning. Who's doing that integrated visioning for the whole government? Each ministry is doing its bit, but where is that larger integrated visioning happening? And finally, is the build a focus on economic development as part of our urban planning process. So these were the 6 major suggestions that came. And what I'm going to do in the next few slides is give you a couple of points on what were the recommendations in terms of each of these 6. So if we look at internal collaboration, the suggestion was reduce the number of ministries so that you have more cohesive policy making and planning. That's one. So we've in the annex given a list of about 15 ministries that are needed. So merge many of them, create 15 ministries by itself. That's all. Then we've suggested establish high-level outcome-based committees. If you want to drive a certain outcome, that outcome won't come from a single ministry. It needs multi-ministry effort. Who is going to orchestrate this kind of action? So create high-level, ideally a cabinet committee kind of thing, set up for establishing a certain outcome, and that committee has funds allocated to them, and they allocate those funds to different ministries from whom they want different things. So it's much more about drawing work from various places rather than leaving individual ministries to do what they are otherwise doing. So it's much more of an integrated thing that happens. Next, we've recommended separate policy making and planning from implementation. Today, what happens is in many of the ministries, there is an overlap between policy making, planning, and implementation. With the result, I've seen the Secretary of the Ministry of Urban Development, and Aparna would know this very well having been there. The Secretary of the Ministry of Urban Development takes so much time in, a lot of his time is taken up in things like allocating government houses to senior level officers and ministers. But the country doesn't have an urbanization policy. So much time is taken up in implementation that policy making, which really needs quality time of senior level people, is missed out. That's, separate the time. Have subordinate level agencies which are focused on implementation. And let that implementation level also have political leadership. So there is political accountability to implementation. Then strengthening external collaboration. Here our suggestions are very simple. You need professional exchange programs where people from the civil services can go into academia, go into industry. Similarly, people from industry can come into the civil services. What we felt is this kind of an exchange will help build respect for each other and understanding of each other's sort of concerns and build much better relationships. Today, academia thinks civil services are useless. Civil servants think academics are useless. But civil servants know what the problems are. They don't know how to analyze and come up with solutions. Academia has the ability to do that analysis and give you solutions, but they don't know what the problems are. If there could be a much better interfacing between them, I think we get the strengths of both coming together for national development. So this is, exchange programs between them. The other one is must involve external experts, well-known experts into many of the committees that government sets up for various purposes, much greater relationship with them. There are so many think tanks in the country, so many academic institutions in the country. Let's leverage all of them for national development. We also need to set up cross-sectoral platforms, where multiple sectors can come in to deliver on a certain outcome. So that's the idea of setting up cross-sectoral platforms where you work together. So for example, we had a smart cities mission. The smart cities mission was anchored in the Ministry of Urban Development. But the Ministry of Urban Development does not deal with power. It does not deal with health. It does not deal with education. Can you think of a smart city without all this? So this is the idea behind cross-sectoral platforms. Then we've also said we have a lot of public-private partnerships happening in the infrastructure sector. But I think of a lot of social sector deliveries could also happen much better through public-private partnerships. Coming to strengthening risk-taking abilities, I think this is very, very important if you want to innovate. And here the suggestion is Set up innovation hubs where multiple stakeholders can come and sort of contribute to that innovation process. It's happening to some extent in the country, but I think this is something that can be scaled up. Protect officers from punitive action too hastily. Far too hasty punitive action has been taken, which has demotivated many of the officers and say, much better for me not to take a decision than to have some investigating agency raiding my house. And I know a number of cases where absolutely honest people have gone through this kind of a problem. Like tomorrow they won't decide. That's what's led to this policy paralysis. Then quite often a lot of the problems happen in the procurement process. The procurement process is something where a lot of officers get in trouble. Now, organizations like the World Bank and the UNDP, which I have seen, have specialized procurement units. They understand the processes much better, and they are completely involved with any kind of procurement that any sector has to do. In the government system, every ministry or every subset of a ministry does its own procurement, and that's where they often make mistakes and get into trouble. So set up specialized units, particularly for procurement. Competent staffing. Here, what we've suggested is the whole recruitment cycle for the civil services needs to be shortened. 3 months, no more than that. You don't need 1 year to recruit people. And after that whole 1 year, are we still getting the best people? That's a big question to have. The suggestion we made in the report is have a 3-month quick objective type test, some kind of an interview. Take 3 times the number that you need and put these 3 times the number into some kind of a training program where you observe them for another 3 months. And during that period, pick the list that you want, have the rest as part of a year-long panel from which you can recruit at a later stage. But this whole recruitment cycle needs to be short. 1.1 million people writing the exam every year, barely 1,000 getting selected. To my mind, luck plays a very strong part in that final selection. Postings to senior positions need to be matched with the knowledge or the expertise that you need for that sector. Here again, our recommendation is many officers get empaneled to become joint secretaries to Government of India. So that whole empanelment process is a review of his performance report over the last 20, 25 years. And then he is designated as, okay, he is fit to be empaneled. That's when postings happen after that. Our recommendation here is when you empanel them to be joint secretaries, also empanel them for a certain domain, which means future postings happen only in that sector. You don't have a person coming into petroleum having worked all his previous career in rural development. So you get people coming in for a certain domain, they're empaneled for that domain, they stay in that domain after a certain stage. Before that, they'll be working in multiple places. They will decide where they are convenient, what they like, and then based on that, postings happen thereafter. Third is, as far as performance appraisal is concerned, have some kind of a cascaded outcome-based appraisal system. That means at the beginning of the year, a certain outcome is what this officer's target will be. And based on how far you achieve that outcome is how your performance appraisal happens. It becomes a lot more objective and not just a subjective thing, oh, he's been a good officer. That's not enough. In fact, there are recommendations to this effect by previous committees set up in the government. I think they just need to be implemented. And the final suggestion here is have longer tenures at the higher levels. Secretaries to Government of India for only 2 years are largely wondering what they will do post-retirement, not what they will do in those 2 years. The moment you are able to give them longer terms as secretaries, it will be much more meaningful. And that can be done by making them secretaries earlier. You have a selective process, and we've detailed that in the report, how you can give them longer tenures and have much better selectivity for being a secretary to Government. Then integrated visioning, we've said you need one agency in the entire government system which does this integrated visioning. You can't have sector-based vision, you need a national vision. And someone who will coordinate the implementation, orchestrate that implementation, that's what you need. And after doing a lot of analysis, our recommendation is, can the Niti Aayog play this role? The reason we've suggested the Niti Aayog is it's not something which is completely new, yet is not something that is so old that it carries old baggage with it. There is a working culture that has come up recently. It's a body that is sort of was old, but at the same time, the work culture has completely changed of late. I think it's a good body to think of as being the integrated vision. The Prime Minister, in any case, is the head of the Niti Aayog, so that gives it added strength. So that is what we've suggested as, strengthen the Niti Aayog, empower the Niti Aayog to play the role of an integrated visioning agency for the entire government. Finally, we've talked about, focus on economic development and urban planning. Here, what we've said is, we need to identify growth drivers for certain regions in the country. These regions are clusters of cities or groups of cities. Create that region, develop an economic vision for that whole region. Once you know that, you know what your infrastructure requirements will be, you know what your land requirements will be, and then for each city, you can go ahead and do the master planning. Today, we start with the master planning. So that whole large economic vision that you need is really missing. Now, what I was reminded was that, yes, every master plan has a little town, economic plan right in the beginning, but this is an economic plan developed by town planners. It's not developed by good economists, good development economists. That's what we need to do here. So this is where we feel that the current urban planning practices need to be reviewed. Simultaneously, the curricula of planning institutions, the schools of planning and architecture, that needs to be reviewed, because unless those curricula change, you're not getting the right kind of people coming into the market. And finally, we need a capacity building program for all the 7,000 cities in the country. You can't have, today, honestly, there isn't much of a capacity building program for city managers. And even if it is, it's only limited to a few cities. I think we need an across the board 7,000 plus cities, solid capacity building, good competent people at the city level. These are going to be the drivers of our future economic growth. So for that, what we said is identify the growth drivers, review the current urban planning systems, and implement this 7,000 plus city capacity building program. Way forward, as Louis also mentioned, we've given a bit of a pipeline. What can be done in the short term? What can be done in the medium term? Of course, the rest is long term. But in the short term, we felt that setting up these outcome-based high-level committees can be done very quickly, can be done within a year. Reviewing the current urban planning laws and practices can be done within a year. Reviewing the curriculum of urban planning schools can be done within a year. These are quick things that can be done. Identify these clusters. Which are these clusters that we want? So the Niti Aayog has been talking about, in fact, the budget last year also spoke about it, setting up growth hubs. The idea is to set up 20 growth hubs in the country. Each of these hubs will be a cluster of cities with a common economic development plan. I think these 20 need to be identified quickly. So far, 4 have been identified, but the remaining 16 also can be identified quickly. And then set up, a high-level team to implement all this. The high-level team should not be within the government system. It has to be outside the government system, because otherwise it will get killed. So our recommendation is set up a high-level team as part of the PMO to really identify what these short and medium-term actions are and coordinate and direct its implementation. In the medium term will be a few other things, like reducing the number of ministries may not be possible to do within 1 year. That's something that will take a little bit of time. Strengthening the Niti Aayog will take a little more time. And introducing these capacity building programs for 7,000 odd cities, the program has to be designed, and rolling it out may take a little bit of time. Also, putting together this investment in capacity building for the lower level bureaucracy may take a little time. But these are things that can be thought of in the medium term. So this is all I had to say. These are just a snapshot of what some of the recommendations are. And I'm looking forward to the discussions across the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for that comprehensive presentation. We now move to our first keynote speaker, Mr. Gurcharan Das. Mr. Das is a renowned author, economist, and a thought leader who has significantly contributed to discussions on India's economic policies and governance. We're also thrilled to welcome him back at ISPP as he was one of our speakers at the launch of our institution in 2018. His thought leadership and work have been inspiring to all of us. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gurcharan Das.
Well, this is an excellent report. I've had a chance to look at it, and I congratulate ISPP. This is just the right sort of thing that ISPP should be doing. But let me offer a few sobering notes. I come from a family of civil servants, and today I have two friends who are very high up in the civil service. And one of them works 14 hours a day, and he's hugely effective, and he's keeping the country afloat, in my view. The other one works 2 to 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, he's politicking for his next promotion, or he's doing all sorts of things, including playing golf. I'm not sure he's allowed to play golf right now. But the son of the high-performing individual doesn't want to be a civil servant. He tells his father would like him to join, he's just grown up, so he would like him to sit for the IAS, and the young man refuses to do so, and he had brought him over to me to see if I could persuade him, and of course, it ended up in exactly the opposite result. Now, the reality is, there's a lot of action going on there. Can we just sort of quieten this? The reality is that the person that they will get promoted on the same day, they're earning the same salary. These are the two civil servants. And chances are the next big promotion will go to the time server rather than the high performer. So something is wrong. Something is wrong with the system which makes this happen. Because in fact, today, of the 1.1 million people who apply to get into this job, the motives of the maximum number of them is not performance, not something they're going to do. They are, finally we choose 1,000, and they are idealistic at that time. But within 10 years, that idealism is gone. The system has killed all sort of desire for excellence. And the problems are twofold: accountability and incentives. In a system where it's a job, and most people, by the way, join government service because it's a job for life. And so it's the incentive system compared to the incentive system in China. When Deng Xiaoping did his reforms in China in the late 70s, he accompanied those reforms by reforming the bureaucracy. And he also sold his reforms. He was a dictator. He didn't have to sell. The way Margaret Thatcher, poor thing, she used to say, I spend 20% of my time doing the reforms and 80% selling them. But Deng Xiaoping was selling his reform. And what the incentive system he created was very simple. He says, we have 1 billion plus people, they need jobs. The only way we can create jobs is through the private sector. So my dear chaps, your incentive now depends on how much investment you can bring in and how many jobs you can create. This is right from the provincial, the municipal, village bureaucracy up to the top. So there was a very clear incentive system for them. Anyway, I've just chosen really one plank from your fine report, which is the disease is seniority. If you have a system of seniority, you end up with a mediocre system, not a quest for excellence, lack of risk taking, all these things that you have talked about. But you know, it wasn't always so. During the British days, I mean, my father was an engineer, and he actually, his boss gave him a promotion which skipped over 360 people. So there was some resentment about that, but it used to happen. A secretary to the government of India was made a secretary in his 40s. If you didn't make it in your 40s, you would never make it, which is the thing you were highlighting as well. So anyway, this cynical thought made me write a book called India Grows at Night. The full sentence was India grows at night when the government sleeps. But my publishers thought that was a bit insulting. And so they left it at India grows at night. But I'm afraid that is still the case. This was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago when the book came out. And I still feel the problem exists. So the need for your report is just as much. The unfortunate thing, though, is that over 75 years, we've had administrative reform reports, beginning with Paul Appleby's report in 1953. And every decade, a new report comes out. There have been administrative reform commissions. They bring out many. And all the things you've talked about, very good ideas, but they are all there in the report. So the issue is not the what. The issue is how. And that's where I'd like you to focus. So where everybody else failed over 75 years, why should ISBP's report succeed in moving the needle even a little bit? And so this is worthy of a seminar, worthy of a meeting with Niti Aayog, worthy of, frankly, I had one occasion to meet Mr. Modi when he invited some of us who write on the economy, Nayanan, Swaminathan Iyer, Sujit Bhalla, so on. And he was asking us, what is the one thing that you would like me to do? And I talked about the administrative. I've talked about India growing at night when the government sleeps. I think it should grow during the day, I told him. And he laughed and he says, this was in the first term. He says, wait for my second term. And I waited through his second term. Now we are in his third term. So it hasn't happened yet. So this is a daunting challenge, but I think that is really now going forward. Your job is not over by writing a report. Your job begins now. How do we get this fine report implemented? Let me close by saying that the next quarter century is the opportunity for the next 500 million Indians. Their success depends on our meaning our policymakers' ability to create an environment that creates jobs, not government jobs, but jobs in the private sector, real jobs, and not pakora wala jobs. And unless we bring these changes to our bureaucracy, which unfortunately, with all the fine things you said about them, yes, they are status quo, they've kept the ship afloat, but they have been the biggest obstacle, if you ask me. Today, India is the most regulated and undergoverned country in the world. So this is why this report is important. And the next generation, your dream of 30 trillion will only be realized if these things, it is the biggest obstacle, frankly. More than economic reforms even, I would say governance reform is what will change the need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurcharan. As usual, very incisive comments. Our next keynote speaker is Mr. Jamshed Godrej, who is joining us online today. Mr. Godrej is, of course, the chairman of the Godrej Group. Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Godrej.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to Mr. Luis Miranda, O.P. Agarwal, and Gurcharan for setting the stage for what my comments to be made. I think there's no doubt that we have to be a bit ambitious for India's growth for the next decades through the 2047. And as the report clearly indicates, that the type of growth rate that would be required, 9% or even higher, depending on the growth in the intervening years, is extremely ambitious and extremely hard to achieve unless a very large number of changes and reforms take place. And as your report, as your very good report indicates, these are very much dependent on policy making and implementation, etc. And this is really going to be the crux of what is needed for achieving these type of growth rates and a very aspirational 30 trillion economy by 2047. So let me just focus on one area that can be and has been in other countries, the big driver of growth for the country. As you know, our GDP is currently dominated by services. And the maximum number of people in India are actually engaged with agriculture, which is now a fairly small part of our economy. So what about manufacturing? Why is it that manufacturing has not been a sort of a growth engine for India? And also, whilst I talk of manufacturing, I have to say that the first 50 years have been taken up with a policy that was very inward looking. I think if you look at our neighbors, look at Southeast Asia, look at China, many other countries, it was the export-oriented growth and export-oriented manufacturing that transformed these countries. And China has moved from a more or less the same level that India was at to almost developed status today. And it has done it on the back of manufacturing. And that is why today everybody talks of China as the the country with the most factories, the country with the most opportunity to disrupt the rest of the world in products and services. Much more products than services. I think India has, to a very large extent, disrupted the world in services. And we know that the export of services from India, which is again a very person-based economic activity, has been very successful. Now, let me just briefly say why manufacturing has not gone. I already mentioned the internal look versus the external look. I think no country in the world is totally self-supportive on everything. So when we say that, we have to make everything, that itself is a wrong economic policy and approach. I think the world has to be interdependent, and it has to be based on, where your strengths lie, and import where your strengths don't lie. So what has happened to manufacturing? I think, first of all, it has become very difficult to manufacture in India because of the very restrictive regime that we've had. We had licensing, we have import restrictions, and a lot of protectionism. Now, if we have to change that, and even if the policy now changes totally and diametrically, I think we will still need a huge amount of change to make manufacturing happen. It's not that the world, manufacturers all over the world are not interested in coming to India. They're interested in coming to India for two reasons. One is the economy in India is large and growing. And the second is that everyone wants an alternative to China. So what do we need to do? I think the first and foremost is that we've had a lot of political difficulty on land acquisition. And because most of the land is farmland, and that creates its own political repercussions. So I think the first thing to do is that every state government needs to adopt a policy where they are responsible for purchase of land and setting up very large scale manufacturing estates. These must be well laid out, very similar to what we see in the rest of Asia. But it's not just about manufacturing. I think that the manufacturing setup must include all types of social support and amenities. For instance, you have to be able to provide industrial housing. You must be in a position to provide high quality schools, hospitals, healthcare, etc. Which means that it becomes a very integrated reason why people move from, say, farming or other casual jobs into manufacturing. So there's a big support system then available for that. And that will itself, I think, be a big attraction for both Indian investment and foreign investment. The second, I think, is that the siting of these need to be such that they support an urban dispersal policy. And by that, I mean that, you cannot have everything in Bombay or Delhi or Calcutta or Madras or whatever it is. They have to be, in the periphery of these cities, in tier 2, tier 3 towns close by, with really top quality transport infrastructure. And of course, when I say transport infrastructure, I'm very clear that this has to be green infrastructure, which is it has to be based on electric trains, on metros, on a totally different model from the way we have today. Secondly, I think that, when you set these up, you will be in a very good position to attract investment by talking about the time it takes to approve the investment and the time it takes for the prospective investor to set up his manufacturing unit. I can only point to a system that has been very prevalent in Southeast Asia and in China, and that is a real single window clearance. Now, I know that our federal constitutional structure gives a lot of power to the states, and there's no doubt about it. And I think basically it has served us well. But I think what we need to understand is that investors want things to be done both quickly and without hassle and without corruption. So this is a very important aspect. I think if people who have set up factories in Vietnam, in China, even in Indonesia now, and Thailand, etc., know that this is what they can expect. But they know that in India, they cannot expect that because the system is such. So the entire system has to change, where you have a real window where everything that an investor needs, whether every type of permission, whatever is needed, the company doesn't have to go to anyone else other than a management office which takes care of all these things. I think if we can do these two, which is to have world-class infrastructure, both physical and social, and a very speedy approval system and a corruption-free system, which is fast and does the job of getting all the permissions you need. The next point I want to make very clearly is that no matter what we do, the environment is critical. Climate change is very much here. I don't have to convince any of you that we are living in a situation where it is very unstable in terms of, the weather, is the weather. But the trend that we see, of heating all over, whether there are oceans that are heating, the North Pole and the South Pole that are heating, the destruction of solar, of the ice caps, these all are very apparent. So whatever we do now, climate change has to be looked at, and the risks associated with climate change must be considered when you build new infrastructure. So there will be more rain, there will be more flooding. I think these are the things that one has to take into account. And then finally, I would say scale. I think that, first of all, we know that India is a large country. It has a large population. I think if we are ever going to get the advantage of demographic dividend, then we have to be very much focused on scale and really large scale. I think many of us who are in business know that, for instance, in China, there are factories that make a wide variety of products. And those factories, when you aggregate them together, have more capacity in the Chinese factories than the entire demand of the world. So you just imagine the scale that they have put in. And that is what gives them the advantage on cost, on quality, and on being able to meet the requirements of the entire world. So I think if we were to do many of these things, then I think that this vision for 2047 is something that we can say is doable and something that we can believe in. It's also very necessary, as was pointed out by O.P. Agarwal, about the type of administrative reforms required for decision-making, for implementation, having separate organizations in government for purchase, etc. I mean, all of these are critical and necessary, but without a very, very efficient policy for promoting manufacturing in India, both for the domestic market and for the world, I think we will not be in a position to achieve a dream of a 30 trillion economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godrej, for sharing your valuable insights. We now will have a look at our next speaker who couldn't join us. So we have a very special video message by Mr. Amitabh Kant, India's present G20 Sherpa and the former CEO of Niti Aayog. Let's watch his message together.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by expressing my regret for not being able to attend in person, but I'm truly delighted to share my thoughts with you through this message for the launch of the ISPP's flagship report on administrative reforms for a Viksit Bharat. This report represents a thoughtful and timely intervention in our shared journey towards making India a developed nation by 2047. of Viksit Bharat. As we chart this ambitious course, it is imperative to recognize that administrative reform will be the critical foundation of our success. The administration of a nation is not just its governing apparatus, it is the engine that powers transformation. From ensuring law and order to delivering healthcare, from fostering economic growth to safeguarding environment, the administrative system is what turns policy into action and aspiration into achievement. India's administrative machinery has served the nation commendably since independence, helping us overcome challenges ranging from food insecurity to natural disasters and large-scale pandemics. However, as we look to the future, it is clear that the demands of governance have evolved. To lead a $30 trillion economy, to serve a billion-plus aspirations, and do so sustainably, our administration must be more agile, accountable, and innovative than ever before. The pace and complexity of the challenges we face, climate change, rapid urbanization, digital transformation, and the imperative for inclusive growth require governance systems that are fully integrated, citizen-focused, and technologically empowered. The India of today is a nation of boundless potential, with its young population, thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem, and rapidly advancing technology landscape. We stand on the brink of transformative growth. However, the systems that served us in the 20th century may not be sufficient to meet the demands of the 21st century. To unlock our full potential, we must address key systematic challenges ranging from siloed decision-making across ministries and departments, the fear of failure or backlash, which discourages innovation and bold decision-making, attracting, nurturing, and retaining top talent in the civil service, and making transparency, accountability, and responsiveness the hallmarks of every government action. In essence, administrative reform is not a choice, it is an imperative. Without it, no policy, however visionary, can achieve its intended impact. As we envision a Viksit Bharat, this transformation is about far more than economic milestones. It is about redefining our nation's trajectory towards inclusive prosperity and global leadership. Becoming a 30 trillion economy is not merely a matter of GDP growth. It is about creating meaningful jobs, fostering innovation, and enhancing the quality of life for every citizen. Our standing on the world stage will depend on how effectively we manage resources, embrace sustainable practices, and contribute solutions to shared global challenges. Most critically, growth that fails to uplift every segment of society is incomplete. From bustling urban centers to the remotest rural communities, governance must guarantee equity in access and opportunity for all. Administrative reform is the common thread that ties these ambitions together. The report being launched by the Indian School of Public Policy makes a significant contribution to this discourse. Having reviewed its recommendations, I am impressed by the clarity with which it diagnoses the challenges and the practical approach it adopts towards solutions. The report calls for transforming governance by strengthening internal collaboration to overcome fragmentation, fostering partnership with external stakeholders, and cultivating a culture of innovation and responsible risk-taking within the public sector. It also emphasizes the need to improve staffing systems to attract and retain top talent, establish institutional mechanisms for integrated planning, and reorient urban planning towards economic development, positioning cities as key engines of growth. These recommendations are not only insightful but actionable. They provide a roadmap for transforming our administrative systems in a manner that aligns with our aspirations as a nation. I commend the Indian School of Public Policy for the depth of thought and research that has gone into this work. The focus on engaging experts from diverse sectors has ensured a comprehensive understanding of the challenges and opportunities in administrative reforms. The report is a call to action for policymakers, administrators, and stakeholders across society. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to act is now. Administrative reforms must become a national mission, guided by the principles of accountability, innovation, integration, and inclusivity. Achieving these goals will require sustained political will, institutional support, and a commitment to collaboration. It will also require bold leadership that is willing to experiment, learn, and adapt Ladies and gentlemen, in 1947, we gained political independence. Today, we strive for economic, social, and technological independence. A Viksit Bharat where every citizen has access to opportunity, every government action reflects the aspiration of its people, and every policy serves the greater good. The vision is ambitious, but it is achievable. Together, as policymakers, administrators, and citizens, we can create an India that is not just developed, but is exemplary, a model for the world. Thank you very much.
To thank Mr. Kant for his encouraging message to all of us. And this brings us to the conclusion of our keynote session. I'd like to extend a heartfelt thanks to all our speakers and participants for their contributions this morning. As Mr. Gurcharan pointed out, our work has only just begun. So thank you all for your invaluable insights. We will now break for 10 minutes for our coffee and tea before we move to the next session. Refreshments are available near the reception area. And in case you haven't collected a copy of our executive summary, you will also find that at the reception area. And in case you wish to read the whole report, there's a QR code on the back of the executive summary. You can scan it and have a look at the whole report. And if you have any other requests or queries, our volunteers are all over. So do please ask them. And yes, and we will be back in 10 minutes. We will start our next session at 12:15. So please be back. Try to make it back 2 minutes before 12:15. Thank you all. On mute, no? Check.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
check. हाँ, someone in the back. हाँ, एक बार can you just? हाँ, is this okay? No, but go in the back because then I can also be louder. It'll show up in the feed. No, hi. Is this okay? Okay. ठीक है.
लगवा दो या इतना पास रखने पे ज्यादा आ रहा है ना इधर ना अभी जाके मैं चेक करवा लेती हूँ अभी ओके
Is it on? Good morning, Mr. Bansali.
Good morning.
Okay, we can hear you. If you don't mind, would you mind putting your video on just to ensure that we can see you?
Can you see me now?
Not as yet. इसमें feedback आ रहा है.
for the training of our scholars, and they also get a certificate in public policy from the University of Chicago Harris School. As we talked about in the earlier session, there's been a lot of questions which have come in about the ability to collaborate and the need for collaboration between the government and stakeholders. The current system is not fully leveraging the talent that's available outside. And especially given the fact that today, unlike in the past, the better talent is not necessarily looking for working in the government. As you know, it was mentioned earlier, as Gurucharan mentioned also, sometimes the talent at that time was different. Public policy making is also becoming a lot more complex. And we have actually, interestingly, on our faculty, 2 former directors of Labasna as part of our faculty working with our scholars. But it's become more complex and more analytical. And that's some of the tools that people outside the government, within industry, think tanks, in the nonprofit space, could help the government in leveraging and making some of that easier. So today we're going to talk about the experiences of people on the panel. There's Vallabh. Vallabh is very dear to us at ISPP. He's a co-founder and also been a supporter for us right from when Parth and I met up with him way back in 2017-18 and talked to him about this. So we're going to start off with Vallabh first, talking about his experiences with the government and what he feels needs to be done. Then I'm going to pass it on to Satish, who used to be on the board of Larsen & Toubro, is on the executive committee and the advisor to the CMD, to talk about some of the experience he has, because clearly, as we've talked about it, Viksit Bharat requires strong urban sort of focus. And there's none other than L&T, which is playing such a large role in developing the infrastructure, both in urban India, as well as all the connectivity by roads, etc. Harish, I'd love you to cover next. And Wayne, in the various hats that you've done, including in the earlier sort of roles that you played in the industrial organizations and also now with Cisco. And finally, Srinath, would love you Professor Srinath heads our domain, health domain practice over here, and would love to you to talk about the role that's been happening in public health in the country. So Vallabh, I'll pass it over to you to bat first and make us all jealous by looking at that lovely clean air around you. If we can't, Vallabh, you're on mute. Vallabh, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right, sorry. So indeed, I am enjoying a bit of a break in Mahabaleshwar. But coming back, I think it's such a wonderful effort that our school is making. And your question is a very provocative one, a painful one, is, my experience in working with the government. So I shouldn't paint the whole experience with a black brush, but it is so unpredictable that you have the best of experiences and you have the worst of experiences. And one I would like to narrate is one with Dr. Shuri. It was 2003, and the government was, doing privatization in earnest. And they decided to put 7 companies on the block, and they all had the offerings, offer for sale, IPO, etc., had to be completed within a short period. It was never done before. And then here was a man with a purpose. So all the bankers found all the difficulties, very much like the government does with our work, that, this can't be done, that can't be done. So we all went to meet Dr. Shuri. And he had been briefed that, we are very much against the idea of, doing it over a short period of 7 weeks. It has never been done before, etc., etc. So he gave us a patient hearing. And then he said, fine, this is the best collection of investment bankers in the country. And if they say it can't be done, I will go and tell Prime Minister Vajpayee that our bankers can't do this for us. End of the story. We all went and closed all those IPOs successfully. We did whatever we needed to be done. Not all were strong. So you come across people with a deep sense of purpose, commitment, wanting. Just 1 second, I got a call from. Hello. Yes, please. I am on the call. Sorry, I thought it was from my SPP. So, but otherwise, you talked about collaboration. What we lack is a whole of nation approach. That we think that government alone can make it happen, or within the government only some people can make it happen, and that's a major problem. And I want to cover a few points, and instead of talking generally, to illustrate what I'm saying as I go along. Briefly, I think that if India is to become a $30 trillion economy, we have to do two things. We have to increase our capacity to invest and receive investment. And second, we have to add a lot more value than we do. So we have always been very happy with, getting manufacturing of what is expedient rather than what is necessary. Now we have this semiconductor effort where we are now trying to get into what we think is very necessary, but a lot more needs to be done there. So the value add in the country is so low, and that is because we don't have IPR. We don't have IPR because we don't have R&D. And we don't have R&D because R&D requires an ecosystem. It requires institutional capacity. And we don't have that institutional capacity. Long back, we created all those central labs, which produce academic research. Some of the institutions produce fundamental research. But what is called commercial research, or just what we call pre-commercial R&D, we just don't have it. So there is a missing middle. And when we don't see support, ecosystem, market, we don't have institutional capacity for that. It's a chicken and egg. So today, if we wanted researchers in a particular area, and we go looking for the same IITs, we'll find 30, 40, 50 people, but we don't get a whole chain of research that if there are 10 components or there are 10 aspects of science, we don't have deep research in all of them to be able to do what, say, China did. That, challenged by US within 8-9 years, they developed capacity in all the cutting edge areas. So whether it is quantum, artificial intelligence, cars, semiconductor and chips and 5 nanometer chips and whatever, etc. So we have a huge problem. And it will take me, a long time to go into details of this. But what can we do in the meantime? Is at least learning from 91 when we went bankrupt, and bankrupt in not only just treasury terms, but we were bankrupt of ideas. And the government recognized that, look, we can't take this country out of trouble, so let's get private sector in. So they allowed private sector. And I think we haven't gone to the second phase of that potential of private sector. Because, we had to get into areas where public sector alone, whether it is airlines, banking, insurance, etc. And we have done a good job of, creating credentials for the private sector and their potential. But are we promoting private sector? The answer is still no. Because if that were the case, the ease of doing business, our rank is, today I'm told 46th, and we want to be number 3 size economy. They are not consistent. Something has to give way. Either we will never reach number 3. You could be ranked, but you are not meaningful in terms of per capita, etc., etc. So I think this ease of doing business is one area where a lot of work is possible and needs to be done. Even if you created R&D capacity, you would still be dogged by the tremendous hurdle race that private sector or the entrepreneurs feel. And let me give you an example. As a part of, my work with iSpirit, we've been working on this, and there are 69,000 compliances. If I were to take the specialized acts, the central and the state, labor laws alone are 24,000 compliances. And some of them haven't changed for 30, 40, 50 years. As an illustration, I can give you that under the Factories Act, in some of the places, you will find the factory inspector expects you to have a spittoon on the factory floor. And the spittoon should be made of cast iron. Now, if you're a pharma plant, you're a chemical plant, I mean, things are so archaic that you know what to say. And try changing it. There are some 14,000 rules, or maybe, sorry, 24,000, bulk of them in the States, some 6,020, 20 and 6, 26,000 cases in which you could be punished with a jail term. Now, central government of late, in the last 3-4 years, we've heard, has been making an effort. They shortlisted 1,200 of them. When they started consulting, it became 122. They put out 122 that, okay, let's decriminalize these aspects. There was such a last-minute pushback that they could manage 102. So we have a very long way to go for creating ease of doing business. And so, I mean, there's no use. It is so depressing to talk about. Let me give you just one aspect of our ease of doing business. That there are 2,200 websites on which rules and changes are announced. Now, who has the capacity to look at all these 2,200 websites? And we brought it to the attention at the highest level. They were shocked. They said, how can anybody ever comply with the laws in the country if there is no easy way of finding out what the law today is? So, you know, the number of filings and the rules and the complexity is just crazy. So anyway, there's no use talking about problems alone. Let me mention some solutions that we can do. On decriminalization, you can have a simple guideline that, okay, these are the 4 or 5 reasons that an action or act of omission or commission should be considered criminal. And they could be that, are you causing harm to a third party? Is there against national interest? And so on. Let me not go into greater detail, but you could have just 4 or 5 guidelines, and then, you know, you can screen all the rules and decriminalize those acts of omission and commission. Similarly, there are some 1,500 laws and some 3,800 filings to be done between center and the state. If you are a business with operations in 5 states, which is not a very large company, or even if in one outside states, you would have something like 200 forms to be filed every year. With that kind of compliance burden, things can be crazy. So I think what I found, or we have all experienced, is use of technology. That how just the UPI payment has made, and Aadhaar have made our life so much easier. See, for example, if there was an Aadhaar for every business, that if all data were filed under one Aadhaar number, could you create a central repository of filing so that you don't have to duplicate any data? You file something for the center, the state can pick it up, and vice versa. Provincial can pick it up, municipal can pick it up, a specialized ministry can pick it up. And we have tried this concept in account aggregator. It's still early days, last 2 years, that you are the owner of data. So whether income tax is collecting your data, GST is collecting your data, all of data can remain with this, right, the respective agency, but you have the facility to pull that data as long as you are authorized by the creator of data. Today, the creator of data is punished, and they have to do it again and again, be responsible to 20 people. So there could be simple technology ideas which, you know, can facilitate business quite a lot. So also, you know, compliances can be, you know, all physical forms can be removed. So I will stop there, that, you know, that if you focused on ease of doing business before you can do R&D, and you can add value, which is necessary. When you add value, then you will get large investments. With all those marginal manufacturing happiness that we are getting, we are not going to get far. And let me finish on the criticality of it. Much before we get to $30 trillion economy, we aren't conscious that the jobs are going to get hollowed out much faster than we think. If China and US are restricting the access to their countries, the number one and number two economies in the world are going to look for a large market. And we must expect that whether mercantile, geopolitical, or whatever impulses will prevent India from entering high value addition. All kinds of temptations will be there with our people, with our bureaucracy, to not let this happen. And we are facing a huge jobs crisis. Let me just give one illustration and stop. That recently, one of the big service vendors had a reconciliation practice, and they used to do it manually. After ChatGPT came out, they thought if they used ChatGPT, it was much faster, more accurate, and the cost could come down. So the cost came down from 19 rupees to 12 rupees or something. Very good. But of the 12 rupees, 3 rupees became the manual labor cost, and 9 rupees went out of the country to ChatGPT. So earlier, all 19 was spent in India. It created jobs in India. Now with that one simple ChatGPT, your labor employment goes down by 90%, and you start remitting that $9 out of the country. Things like this are going to proliferate massively. So we have a huge crisis even before we want to get to $30 trillion. There is no choice, just as in 91 we discovered private enterprise alone could save us. It's time that we promote it big time. And I think we have to do something about R&D. But today I'm not going to give an exhaustive, my views on that. I'll stop here, Luis.
Thank you, Vallabh. Thank you for that. And that set the tone over here, focusing on how do we increase investment capacity and how do we add more value in what we do over here. And also promoting the private sector and ease of doing business and the job situation, which is a big challenge. Satish?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Hi, I think good afternoon. So I think we started this collaboration, actually the PPP, they call the public-private participation. We started first time in Coimbatore Bypass Road. And the second one we did was actually the Bangalore Airport. And when we did the Bangalore Airport, there are so many problems over there because we had to actually take a parliament resolution. In India, the airports could not be built and operated by a private party those days. So we had to do many things and all, convince people in the parliament, but they all did that. Of course, there was some motivation required and all. So we initially started this. Of course, now we have exited that thing called PPP because, we found that it was not feasible for us. A big timer like us, we could not do that. So there are many others who are doing this. Now it is called a hybrid model is there. Because, we did a lot of roads on all this PPP, but we found that in many of the Indians don't want to pay toll. Okay. So then we had lots of issues and all, plus also the traffic that we assumed we could not get and all. So there were many issues. Then we exited this whole thing called the PPP. But still, the hybrid. So afterwards, the government also started thinking why it is not working. So they brought in hybrid. Like now they say, okay, so much of traffic will be given and also they have made it. So we had good. Coming back to, we are the big timers in infrastructure. So we have built many of the things. The Delhi airport completely, the T1, the new one, the T3 is all built by us. Same as the Bangalore airport. And so the infrastructure actually suffers three things. One is the delays. Second is the cost overruns. Third, probably because of us only, the quality issues. I think these are the three things we have. And how do we do this actually? We have been telling the government, when you select a party, select an agency, you go for a thing called QCBS, quality control based system. So it means there should be some marks given for our experience. The kind of staff that I put, the kind of detailing that I do. Actually, when we were having coffee, Mr. Lewis was talking about leakages. I thought it was some other leakage. Then he told me about the leakages and all. But I also read that, lot of bridges got washed off in Bihar. It is one of the reasons is actually the poor quality of the bridge. The second reason is that the sand mafia in India is completely undermining. Below the foundation, below everything, the sand is being taken up. So they actually, where will it stand?
I didn't realize you should have told me.
I think that is something that which is happening. Then another thing is that we have a thing called we have a lot of disputes. The standardization contracts and all are not common. The central government has a different contract. The state government has got. We have CPWD, which is very old, so they have their own standards. Things like that. So many years, like when we do work with the private government and all, it is all FIDICs, it's all international kind of contracts and all. Those things we are not brought in here. Now there is some thinking going on in the government that we have arbitrations where we have our right. Suppose I have a dispute, I try to settle it by discussion. If it is not there, then we go for arbitration. Government wants to stall that and say no arbitration. Everything will be dispute resolution. We told him, look, I have plenty of that dispute resolution done. They don't answer because, like you were telling, somebody has to take a decision that he will award me 100 crores based on my claims. Who will take that risk? I know actually in many organizations, we agreed on a dispute resolution, 10 crores, 11 crores. Then the CFO comes and says, look, I'm not interested in your job completion. I'm not interested in anything. I want to get my pension. I want to get my PF. So why he will take? But again, somebody sitting in the government who doesn't understand this, plus you're already 46 in the years of doing business. Tomorrow you remove this arbitration clause, who will come and actually work here? Even today in India, no international contractor works. When we go abroad and all, the conditions of contract are much better. It's all competition is among the international contractors. We are very happy that only I'll get jobs and many of the locals. But please understand, if you want to grow India, you need much, much bigger parties. So we are not doing that. So this is something that I think we all, because you're thinking about public policy, I think this is something that you should think. One question about actually you're talking about, the administrative reforms. In our country today, we have built so many projects, most of that is funded by government. If you go on doing spending money, giving money in the hands of the people and all, where will you find the money? I think this is something that, this is beside my project point. But I am telling you, tomorrow, there will be a dearth of funding. Everything you'll have to actually, today, government is funding. Really, the PPP is not there in big projects and all. Like we did, the Trans Harbor. It's a big contract. It's about 30,000 crores and all. Who will give money? Government won't take money. Okay, there is some Japanese lending, all that and all. But everything cannot be done like that. So this is something that we really need to think. And I was talked about risk mitigation and arbitration I talked about. Some of the things is actually one thing which will really hinder the development of this country is the availability of skilled workmen and skilled engineers. Coming to skilled engineers, we have problem. Government, these people don't go, you say. To us also, because we are in construction, the IITs and even the NITs, most of them don't join. Hardly if you take the, the IITs, hardly maybe 1% of our engineers in the NIT are from IITs, very less. They don't join. Most of them go abroad. Most of them prefer, some other work than construction. We have to go and work at site and all. Who wants to work? Everybody in India, whether it is engineer or worker, the thing called ACPC. They want to work in AC with the PC. Okay? They get their money, everybody is happy. So this is something that we have to think. So we keep on telling everybody, we take them to our sites, the engineers, look, it's so beautiful. Every day you see what you are creating. In other things you cannot see. Maybe you'll see a software also. But what we are trying to convince people, please come here. Because India today also, what kind of infrastructure you are building? In Delhi, Bombay, anything, okay, at least thanks to Vajpayee and all the roads and all are well connected. But other places, where only all these 4 places only we are developing. Where is the money? Where is the time? When you will develop? By the time Viksit Bharat, I hope actually everything, the tier 2, tier 3 cities will be livable. You go to many places, they're beautiful. We have built Ayodhya temple. You go there. Actually, Lord Ram will come out actually. If you see the kind of conditions which are there in those places. Do you know there is no sewage in Ayodhya? It is there in part, but it is not there. It is not there in most of the places that you think it is there. It is not there. It is all the drains you see, it's not rainwater. It's all sewage flow. So if you want to make Viksit Bharat, we also have to develop these things. Otherwise, Kali, we are all very happy doing. People living in Delhi are all very happy. People living in Bangalore, Chennai, and all are happy. But see the tier 2, tier 3, where most of the people live. It will be as bad it is. Coming to workers, we have a huge shortage of workers. We are saying there is no employment, huge shortage. One time will come when we cannot take projects because the workmen are not there. We employ about 5 lakh workers. We employ. Maximum duration that they stay is only 3 months. And because they have many other things, they get Narega, 100 days of employment in their places. Not only that, they work, their mother, father, sister, everybody works. They don't live in some shanties that we provide in, our sites and all that. People are happy. They work 3 months, again come back after 3 months. Meanwhile, 100 days, Narega is there, you will go and work. So we have to think, if you want to grow India, where is it? Do you know that we are taking workmen from Nepal and all, because it's only country which is allowed is Nepal. We are bringing. And on another hand, we are saying no jobs, no employment. And people want to go for only government jobs. You say a primary school teacher, some 10,000 people apply, out of that 8,000 people with the masters. So this is something that I think you'll have to think.
Thank you.
Huh? Okay. Only thing, just to close, there's a huge opportunity for us as a contractor, as engineers and contractors, because we're going to build a new Viksit Bharat, but we have huge challenges too, and a lot of support from government and ISBB.
Thank you, Satish. Harish? So just before that, Satish, you talked about the challenges in infrastructure, the delays, the cost overruns, quality, and the shortage of people. And that's another issue. When you talk about capacity building and issues in the government, it's also in the private sector that there's a capacity issue. And how do you get people both at the engineer level and at the worker level over here? Yeah, Harish.
Thank you, Louis. And first of all, I want to congratulate you and all of you here for this excellent report. Vision 2047 Administrative Reforms of Viksit Bharat. I had a chance to look at the summary a couple of days ago, and I think a lot of points here I resonate with. Interestingly, the first point that I saw in it was that there are too many ministries. And that I was reminded of a time when Pramod Mahajan was appointed as the first IT minister of India. There was no IT ministry before that. There was also the time when Aishwarya Rai and Sushmita Sen, etc., were winning all the beauty pageants. And he made a famous quote saying, "We're doing very well in IT and beauty because there are no ministries of IT and beauty." Then he said, "Look, I've now become the minister, so I don't know about the future of IT, but luckily, we seem to be doing all right in IT." The other interesting observation I found was about how seniority decides promotions in the government. So when I first started doing public policy along with Harsh and others in CII, all the secretaries were 25 years older than me. And now they're probably the same age. It's either the secretaries are getting younger or I'm getting older. I think it is the latter. So that again, I think the recommendation that we should promote more lateral entry is something we should consider. The other point that resonated with me was the need for more transparency and in the government policy making. And there is a lot of secrecy where there's no need for secrecy. Apart from areas like budget making and things like that, which has got some financial issues, I think it's very important that we need to do a lot more stakeholder engagement, getting the subject matter experts to weigh in, take all the views in and then make policies. I think we need to do a lot more of that if we need to get to this Viksit Bharat's vision. Over the last 25 years, I've had varied experience, like what Vallabh mentioned, that of dealing with the government, the good, bad, ugly. In terms of, I started my career in CII many years ago, and had the good fortune of working with the likes of Rahul Bajaj, and Mr. Godrej was there in the morning today, with several stalwarts. And one thing that I learned from all of them is when dealing with the government, you've got to always look at what is in the national interest first, then what is in the industry's interest, and finally, what is in your interest as the company. When you make the formulation in that order, you always have better traction. I think it's also important to explicitly say what is your interest, because otherwise the government officials keep guessing what's your interest, right? So I think it's better to be upfront and say what are you trying to get done. And in that, I want to give a couple of examples which is successful, right? For example, many years ago, when connecting all the villages with Bharat with internet was a bit of a pipe dream. I was heading a CII task force on rural broadband, and what we did was to bring out a excellent report which actually talked about why we need broadband. That actually needed an explanation because it's considered like a luxury those days. And secondly, what does it take for us to connect 600,000 villages through high-speed broadband? How many route kilometers of fiber is required? What are the costs involved? And then see how this money can be spent, or how the subsidy can be given to, whether it is the BSNL or to the private operators and so on and so forth. So we went through the whole process, and I remember working with Nandan because he used to be heading the UIDA, and he was like already envisaging this mobile UIDA, the jam trinity as they call, and how important the internet connectivity is for that. So I think it is great working together with the government, the private sector, and I think what you see today as the BharatNet, a lot of inputs went from that particular report and that particular activity. Similarly, on smart cities, this is again something that Cisco as a company has been advocating and pushing for. 10 years ago, it was again considered a luxury, and people said like in France, they said when people don't have water and bread, people are talking about cake and wine. We had to kind of dispel the notion to say smart cities can actually improve efficiency. And what we did was we did something called the Golden Mile projects. It was nothing like seeing to believe. So we took a mile of road in different cities in India and made it smart at our cost to kind of demonstrate what a smart city could be, like what a smart metering, what a smart parking, smart surveillance could be, what would connected devices do, etc., and prove the point that smart cities can actually improve efficiency, improve quality of life, etc. So I think that is another good experience of working with the government. But again, one other important thing is the political will. When people at the top want to change, things become very easy. Again, we had the good fortune of working with Mr. Chandrababu Naidu in his first term as the Chief Minister in Andhra Pradesh. And his whole message to the investors is, tell me what you want and consider it done, without even asking what is the issue, right? And I remember working for a big multinational those days, and we were going to set up a e-governance institute in Hyderabad. And one of the review meetings, the chief minister asked what the progress, and we said it is slow because of some bureaucracy. And he turned around to his, officials, and we said nothing to do with your officials. The bureaucracy is on our side, right? Not on the government side. So that's again a good example of how things work when the political masters want things to change. However, there's a lot of experience of things not working well also. It is, what is the most frustrating is when there's a conceptual level agreement at the top, and then it doesn't get done because there is a lot of resistance from below, a lot of vested interests come into play, and then too many departments who have got veto powers who don't get the larger picture, shooting it down. I, in fact, want to, with your permission, give one live challenge to your students that we are grappling with at this point in time. Right? There is a production-linked incentive scheme, which is enabling companies to manufacture in India. I'm talking about telecom products. And there is something called the public procurement, which says you've got to manufacture products in India to qualify for public procurement. The challenge that we have as an industry is it's impossible for any company to manufacture all the products that we sell in India. The model that will work is that we manufacture a few products at global scale and export. And we've been struggling to get a policy from the government where they recognize the exports and provide offsets or credits in public procurement. The whole idea is saying the government's objective is to promote manufacturing, promote exports. We will do that, but please help us to get market access in lieu. Again, we have a lot of in principle conceptual agreement at the top level, but we've still been struggling to kind of get something done at the ground level. Finally, before I kind of conclude, I want to say 2 or 3 things that going forward that which are very critical for us to get to Viksit Bharat's vision. One is a mindset change at all levels in the government. Today, I think probably the senior levels, there is a lot of positive attitude, but I think that needs to proliferate all the way down. There should be a solution orientation, and we should move away from, uh, why something cannot be done to how can we get it done. Right? That has got to go across the spectrum for us to uh, succeed. And the Mission Karma Yogi is a good initiative, and I think we'll have to probably look at how that is progressing. Second is a strong private sector collaboration in policy formulation. I think that we need to have more of an environment of trust, where the government should consult us and understand what the issues are before making the policies. Take everybody's input and then decide what is the best, but then be transparent about it. And there is actually a talk about predictability, which I think is extremely important. That is something that we are lacking at this point in time. We need policy predictability, and we are moving to an era of deglobalization. But India, to attain a Viksit Bharat, will have to be integrated to the globe. So we need all the public policy to be anchored on global best practices. We cannot be insulated, have our own policies for India. I think Atmanirbhar Bharat is important, but it should be based on Atma Vishwas, policy where we are very self-confident of what we're trying to do. I think with those, initial words, I'll kind of conclude, and any questions that come, happy to answer.
Thank you, Harish. I just want to react to some of the things that you made, which was to do with transparency and clarity. So with the PLI scheme and the public procurement, I can see OP shaking his head when you were commenting on that. And maybe we can talk offline on this and see. We've got Anup also here, who's a fellow at ISPP and the former Commerce Secretary. What is it that we can do, if at all, with our scholars as a project or something to work on this? Let's look at that. Thank you for bringing that up. And you also talked about transparency, but it also comes from both sides. Even the private sector needs to be transparent with the government about what they want, as opposed to just only saying the kettle is black, but check our own kettle first here. Srinath?
Well, thank you very much. I think the report itself has provided an excellent diagnostic and very good therapeutic measures as well, if I may borrow the health analogy. You've asked me to talk about public health and how the whole governance of public health or the health system actually functions and where the problems lie. Firstly, health is very, very multisectoral. Actually, if you want to look at the best summative indicator of success across all sustainable development goals, then health of the population probably is the best summative indicator. So when you're really looking at all the other sectors that have been sort of flagged in the sustainable development goals, whether it's education or whether it is environment or whether it is urban infrastructure, all of them impact on health, and quite often bidirectionally so. So you do require a lot of partnerships, very clearly. And that's what you flagged initially. But when you really are looking at, for example, air pollution, then again, you require at the policy level, many sectors to be involved, many ministries to be involved, many agencies to be involved. Similarly, with tobacco control, nutrition security, ultra-processed foods, the new tobacco. How do you use regulatory measures like fiscal measures, taxation? How do you use suitable regulation of advertising, promotion, sponsorship? All of those issues will come in, which involve multiple agencies and multiple ministries in terms of design and delivery of the programs. Road traffic accidents, road safety, vector-borne diseases, climate change. And when you come to universal health coverage, the whole area of service provision, where it becomes very important in terms of what kind of services are provided by who.
Even when you look at an insurance program, for example, you're looking at the providers, the patients, the regulators, and of course, who is financing the whole program in terms of whether it's government funded or whether it's partially government funded or privately purchased. So there are multiple groups that are involved. And when you're really looking at even government policy making, you're talking about our program monitoring, you're looking at collaborations, if not actual partnerships within ministries, between center and state governments. And you're also talking about public, private, voluntary sectors participating in this. You're talking about development partners, be they bilateral funding agencies from countries or multilateral banks who are financing. So in this complex array, it's very clear that you require clarity on how these partnerships are going to be forged, fostered, and monitored. Now, if we do have actually a federal system which also requires center-state collaboration. We are not really talking only about the central government here. So particularly since the constitutional allocation really allocates the states the responsibility for delivery of services, the center deals much more with policy. But within the mixed health system itself, what we require is a more responsive public sector, a more responsible private sector, and a more resourceful voluntary sector. But unfortunately, for those collaborations to be forged, there is a whole circle of distrust which prevents that. The government doesn't trust the NGOs don't trust the private sector sector doesn't trust the government. So we need to ensure that the circle of distrust is actually replaced by a circle of trust. And that brings us to the whole challenge of public-private partnerships, which have been spoken about. Now, public-private partnerships, the cynics have defined it as partnership for private profit. I would like to redefine it as partnership for a public purpose. Define the public purpose. What are the deliverables? What are the accountability mechanisms? And then around that, you can build a variety of public-private partnerships. It need not be only between government and the private sector. It can be between 2 or 3 private sector entities. It can be between the government and the NGOs. It can be between the NGOs and the private sector. It can be between multiple NGOs and multiple private sector entities. As long as you define the public purpose and clearly keep track of it, then there are a variety of partnerships in society which can harness the societal resources for good effect. Then comes the question of the capacity. Is there sufficient capacity within the government to manage these partnerships? Public sector, we have seen very clearly a number of times the PPPs being forged with a great deal of enthusiasm, but the government lacks capacity to frame the contracts and manage the contracts. And therefore, there is a considerable amount of dissatisfaction both within the government and the private sector partner because of lack of clarity and lack of ability to manage those contracts. So we need to bring in that efficiency if we really want those PPPs to serve the purpose. Then within the government, of course, the multiple departments of the government are involved. For example, whether you want tobacco control or road safety or pollution control, the multiple departments. Unfortunately, the ability to sit together and do the planning and execute together is missing quite often. If you actually have one nodal ministry in charge of a program and they convene a meeting, the other joint secretaries will not come in. They'll send the lowest level of official from their ministry to take notes and go and possibly report back or not even report back. But that level of commitment and convergence is not there. So that is where you will have to make sure that when there is lack of consultation in policy making, you will not really have advances in policy. When you have lack of coordination and implementation, then again, you'll have lack of performance. So this is where we have to really ensure that if we want these multi-sectoral initiatives to succeed with multiple ministries and multiple agencies involved, there has to be a shared ownership right from the beginning. Whatever be the nodal ministry, others will have to sit at the table at the design of the program. There also has to be joint accountability. if something fails in a health program, it is not just the health ministry that has to carry the can. All the other ministries who are involved in that also must be responsible. Unless the joint accountability is fixed and preceded by shared ownership, we will not have the so-called multi-sectorality become a multi-sector reality. Now, finally, on one element, the whole question of research has been talked about, and ISPP is a strongly research committed organization. Enlightened policy really requires scientific credibility. It is not sui generis. It requires scientific credibility, financial feasibility, operational steerability, and political viability. That requires multi-sectoral research in order to produce evidence-informed, context-relevant, resource-optimizing, culturally adaptive, and equity-promoting recommendations for policy and practice. And therefore, we absolutely require multiple institutional partnerships to emerge, but also multidisciplinary knowledge to be created for multi-sectoral application. And unless we forge that kind of a philosophy, we are not likely to see success. So what we really need is from silos to synergies.
Silos to synergies. Thank you. So, so it's, the comments you made about shared ownership and joint accountability, Dr. Srinath, and also the importance of research is so much. And there's been a lot of talk anyway about trust. But what's interesting on this panel also is that each of them have also been in, or their organizations have been involved with ISPP very closely. We wouldn't be here today if Vallabh hadn't sort of, been very generous with us financially and being a co-founder of ISPP 6 years ago. We have a strong partnership with PAFI where Harish is a co-founder, and we run a series of executive education programs. The next one is going to be on technology advocacy. We just done one on understanding government, and Vinci is going to be running one on writing, so in communication. So we're very happy for that. With L&T, we have a MOOC, sort of an open program on public policy for college students. And we used that actually when we were training in Bihar, and we used it for 800 state level employees for training them about public policy. We used the product of L&T EduTech. So we're very proud of that. And Srinath, besides the fact that he lives next door, we're sort of trying to get him more involved over here. Watch out for some more news on that. But he teaches the health domain, and very passionate about. We're so lucky to have with us India's leading public health expert over here. We've got about 20 minutes left, and I thought instead of us talking more internally, why don't we sort of leave it open to if there are any questions over here that you'd like to ask this panel, and it's your turn to wake up now. Any questions over here? Yeah. So is someone there? Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, can you just put the mic on, please?
So my question is more on the implementation part of the report, okay, which would be the next step forward. I think this is not the first report, and this is not going to be the last report. Most of the things we know here and there in the news. So I think the report will become only effective if it will get implemented, probably in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, whatever the time duration. So what do you think? What are the bottlenecks which needs to be removed to implement such kind of not only this report, but such kind of reports?
Would any of you want to take a crack at answering that?
I absolutely agree that I think lots of reports will be made in the past and more will be done. I think one of the important aspect is to find an owner inside the government, like who will take it. So I think, for example, a lot of things that is being said in this report is also being said in, I think, Mission Karmayogi and the capacity building program, etc. of the government. I think the Niti Ayog, Mr. BVR Subramanian apparently coming today, that's a good place to start, to kind of get his support, or even DPIIT, right? This is another part of the government which is looking at ease of doing business and what needs to be done. So I think I would strongly urge that you get in front of these organizations and kind of, and this, I'm sure more details can be given on each of those recommendations so that it can be made implementable, and that could be the way forward.
Thank you. So it's interesting that you mentioned all this because BBR, the CEO of Niti Aayog, is going to be here later in the evening. And clearly, even one of the recommendations in the report is that possibly we need to have someone controlling it. But you raise this important point of having an owner in the government. And I learned this when we were starting IDFC Private Equity. And I keep telling the story. It was in 2002. The government had announced it. The finance minister announced it in the budget. So this was in February. It announced. By the time I came on board in August, the finance minister had changed. The finance secretary had changed. Rakesh Mohan had moved to the RBI, and someone else had gone somewhere else. So there was no one interested in this, and we were just there was no one was interested in this in the government. And I walked into a meeting with the finance secretary at that time, trying to figure out, I've come on board and there's no one interested in the government trying to push this case. And even in the private sector, everyone was upset. Why did IDFC get the mandate and not someone else? And then a young joint secretary walked into the room, and his opening line to me was, "Mr. Miranda, I disagree with all the changes that you have made." And I sort of told him, "Could I explain it to you?" And to his credit, he said, "Let's meet up in the evening." And and after 2 hours of speaking with him, he said, "Louis, I've realized now what you're trying to do. I'll be your champion." That was Vinod Rai. And if it wasn't for him, that fund would not have got set up. There were 3 funds which were announced at that budget. Only one took place. The other 2 died out because I guess they didn't find that champion over there. So it's so important. Anything else?
No, that's all. I think one of the things is that, the policy, like if you see the change of state governments and all, we start many projects, many investments. So once the government is changed, they change completely. We had this problem in Andhra, when Jagan Reddy came, he stopped all the state capital project of Amravati. So everything was put back. So the last 5 years, we have been just waiting. So now Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has come, he's again trying to kickstart. Only one thing he told, before the next elections, make sure all the projects are completed. He says, because I'm not sure. So I think this is something that we should also talk as part of policy, that anything which is given, like you do an investment, it is not for, one government or anything. Or if you get a contract, it is with the state. It is not with one political party or the government. I think it is with the state. That is what we must ensure. It's not the government, it is the state.
No, that's so true also, because even when people are, when people want to talk about, it's not just only with the government, it's also with people in civil society. For example, some of the NGOs I'm involved with, we said, let's call XYZ to come and speak. No, but we don't like him because he belongs to this party. I said, he's not representing the party, he's representing the government. Yeah. So it's also us, we also have to sort of also look at it that, people over there are not representing they're just party village, they're also representing the government. And how do you have that stability across? And there have been a lot of examples about how projects have sustained over changes. And they've also been, I remember my first introduction again in infrastructure was when, when Chandrababu Naidu lost the election and YSR became the chief minister. Yeah. And he changed a lot of the PPAs at that time.
We had lots of issues when we did the Bangalore airport. We actually signed with Mr. S.M. Krishna. He was very happy or pushy. Then actually something the government felt, Mr. Devegowda became the chief minister. So we had lots of issues. He said, no, why Devanali? We shifted somewhere else. So many issues are there with this private investment. That's why people are actually afraid of investing in India.
But Louis, is Vallabh still on?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So, just as started that you see very committed people and less committed. And there are projects and ideas to which there's great commitment. So this is not, predictability was talked about. So we don't have a predictable system of progress. And so only time we have made big changes were crisis. So it's a very morbid way of thinking, but, I think some big, huge crisis like jobs crisis, this, that, etc., galvanizes everybody. The bureaucrat is able to find all the ways for, proprietary tenders and every possible thing that is necessary, they will find in the rule book. Now, political will, crisis are the only two things I see. As long as the bureaucracy cannot be changed, you talked about administrative reform, one single summary, one line summary would be from process to process outcome. It's all about process today. Outcomes don't matter. And if outcomes don't matter, where is the Viksit Bharat? So I think today it is the momentum that, one is happy and one is even talking about $30 trillion. But when I look at the building blocks, except, some Bharat Mata ka bhagya, I don't see those building blocks today, very frankly. We've all been working with the government. We don't see a predictable path. It is quite sad. So all that you hope for is that the Prime Minister will be strong enough, and I'm not wanting to be political here, but say something like 370. He was so determined to do it, he found the way to do it. GST, everyone came together. So GST is one of our finest moments where there was no crisis really, but it was a reform that we all wanted, and we did it. Can we do a GST, every year is the question. And do we see hope that, we have that kind of unity amongst state, center to implement it? So it is a tough one. The question is bang on, and I don't have a ready answer. I have hope and Bharat Mata ka bhagya. That's what makes me, try and attempt all this policy work.
I think OP wants to say something. Thank you, Bharat. OP, you want to say something? OP, just put that on speaker. You have to speak on that.
A very quick answer to, implementability of this. I see 2 or 3 things. One, all previous reports on administrative reforms have been volumes in 300 pages, 400 pages each. Nobody reads them. No one in the government is going to read them. Here, within the team, we kept telling ourselves it should be 50 pages or pointless. Well, 50 may have been ambitious. It's about 110 pages in 1.5 space. It's small enough. We hope people will read it. So that's one. Second, I think the point Vallabh made is very important. Today, we are in a situation where we've done the impossible in many sectors. I think this is something which, is certainly doable today. There is that will available to do it. Third, we have an ambition. We have a massive ambition. And when you have that ambition, you want to do things to achieve that ambition. This ambition from 3 to 30 is never had earlier. We've never had that earlier. So I think there are certain things which are well placed for this to get a little further than what previous reports have done.
Thank you. Yeah, Anup, would you like to? Yeah.
Just to add on the implementation bit, I think it's very important to do things in a manner where you get some traction. So spreading your scope very wide and trying to grapple with everything and reform at a broad level will not get you much traction. So pick up specific areas and get traction on them and get some outcomes out of them. For instance, I think Mr. Gurcharan Das said in the morning that what has to be done is well known. So if you look at all these reports that tell you what should be done, but how to do it is the critical issue. So that's what we need to tackle with, I think, Dr. Reddy's suggestion of public-private partnerships. That is an area where you can get much better value for public expenditure. And I think social sectors need it much more than infrastructure. We seem to think that only infrastructure can benefit, whereas the gap between private and public, efficiency in the infrastructure sector is much narrower than in the social sector, is much wider there. So these specific things that we picked up, which are outcomes linked, and to get traction. Otherwise, it just becomes a wish list. And the critical question, how that wish list can become endogenous to the government, become self-sustaining as a way of doing things in the government, that sort of gets neglected.
Thank you. In fact, this is what been the driver in what we did. We all realized we're too old to be writing reports for the sake of writing reports. And therefore, what can be done that can be achieved? We've got time for one more question. Okay, Mr. Vallabh, do you want to say something? Thank you.
Yes, I think, while I gave a, rather depressing answer, the reality is that if I were to look at the whole report, I think my comments related to them, the whole report. But if you look at, how single things, GST or Aadhaar or DBT or vaccine, etc., have got done. So we have a record of some of these things being done. And I think what if we implemented a report with few items where we can have more more well-defined and a gradual path for progress. Say, for example, fewer departments. I'm just taking it up. Maybe fewer departments is the toughest to do. But, I think it is a matter of persistence of some people, what we call the Sutradhar. Sutradhar is somebody who will continuously do it. So some of the things like, the IIT professors have done that, they persisted with it. And the vaccine was a matter of persistence. So few ideas, if we persist, I think they can be done. And as the number of ideas that we are able to get through, becomes large enough, we will create a positive momentum. I think that's the way to do it. Instead of taking the whole report, take a few ideas and push them hard.
Thank you, Bharat.
Okay. Probably in the next version of the report, if we can add the
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Yep, go ahead. Aditya?
Hi. So my question is regards to procurement. So when there are states that are competing, let's say Orissa and Andhra or Telangana that are competing on procurement basis, for example, on ports or something, and when the report advocates for more centralized procurement, how do you then battle the procurement demands that the state might make now that you have less ways to negotiate with the government where they tell you that this is exactly what we want and then they don't budge? How will the private sector then respond to that? Since Sir also brought up export focuses for particular products.
Okay, I was actually on a limited point of public procurement. I'm not familiar with the state versus central, and I didn't look at that recommendation. What are the recommendations that we central government procurement?
No, we've not done another.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the scenario where, like we saw with the vaccines, where the states took the initiative to try to procure them themselves, and when you have a smart cities program that now incentivizes states to focus on individual cities, and the competition increases. So how do you handle that now that there are less people to negotiate with when you're on the private side?
I think from a public procurement perspective, I think again we need predictability and transparency in terms of what the rules are, and also pragmatic way of implementing them. That's where I think we are finding a lot of challenges. The point that I was making was like there is this whole focus on making in India, right? So from our experience in the telecom industry, and I think it's probably true for most sectors, it's impossible for us, any country, to manufacture everything that they make in India, make in a particular country. Therefore, the model that will work is that you manufacture a few products at global scale and exports, right, to the world. I remember a long time back when I was in South, there's a TVS company called Sundaram Fasteners that used to make the radiator caps for all of the Ford cars around in the world. That's a model that worked for them. Similarly, that's how it's going to be. So the point is, can we have a 360-degree view of the ecosystem and get credit for people who are exporting and get a market access? That's the point I was making.
Sure. Thank you. So, we've got just a couple of minutes left. If there's any closing remarks that any of you would like to sort of add before we wrap up, Dr. Srinath, would you anything to add to wrap up with this session?
Well, let me also add to the first question. How do you actually make sure that the reports are implemented? If you leave it only to the government agencies and the academia to be the main readers of this report and subsequently take it up for implementation, you're not going to, or even for example, the private sector. I think you have to involve the people at large in terms of community and civil society, because the demand for change also has to be generated there. And the implementation also has to be facilitated there. In this whole discussion, we have not really touched upon the role of the community. And that is where I think the larger community engagement, the more you publicize it, the more you create expectations in the general population, with the help of the media, with the help of civil society leaders, with the help of even corporate leaders, and get them to keep the volume of the demand fairly high. And then the government will respond. After all, the government has to face elections. And therefore, you have to have a set of achievables that have to be delineated as demands, and the government will have to respond to that. Therefore, I think saying that we will only deal with the implementing agencies in the government to take it up in real earnest, I think is going to be an unfulfilled expectation unless even the Prime Minister says create a Jan Andolan. That's his term. So get the communities involved, get the public consciousness and the demand raised.
Thank you. Satish, anything else? Oh.
No, that's okay. I think I was only talking about the skill. There are so many things that we are doing for the skilled workmen and all to provide jobs, but I think this is very, very important. I keep telling them you need more ITIs than the IITs because you need a lot of employment to be generated, and people need to go to that ITIs. And of course, the government has come out with a policy that the private companies can also now own the ITIs, and all we are talking about it because. Other day there was actually, I'm saying, myself, there are no workers. The government, Modi has gone and signed with Israel to give 10,000 workmen. So there is a huge demand, almost. There are almost more than about 50,000 people to get these 10,000 workers. And the government of Israel said the salary is about 1.32 lakhs. And he says, fair to Israel, you'll get money for this. So people are there. So we all as employees like Larsen Tubru, so many have to think how to engage them.
Sure.
And skilling is something which is very, very important. Top companies now, do haath, do pair, is a worker.
So it's interesting with Ayodhya, with the temple. There were no artisans. Actually, IIT, LNT made those.
No, but I see this is the thing. In what we are doing, other things, there was no artisans. But all the carvings are done by people who are from Odisha. They have studied this, they've gone to full training and all. All of them are skilled people. Today also, yesterday, actually, I'm coming from Ayodhya yesterday. So they do a fantastic job, all youngsters. They're all taught, but where is the other things? No masons, nobody wants to go. But other things you get, electricians, okay, nursing and all is a problem, but still we get some good nursing.
Yeah,
but all of India is a problem with skill.
We need to wrap up. Harish, anything else to add?
Yeah, very quickly, I want to say, on a positive note, you all heard about a lot of issues on doing business, which also makes your jobs the most secure jobs. I think a lot of jobs for public a lot of work to be done. So I think this was a right.
Bharat, do you have the last word? Okay, I think so. But anyway, thanks a lot for being over here. Vinci, over to you.
Thank you to all the panelists and our moderator, Louis, for a very enriching session. I request Louis to please hand the souvenirs to our panelists, and we will break for a quick group photo.
Harish, that's for you. You get someone to take it back to you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I have the shortest distance.
Yeah, to carry this. Thank you. We take a good photo. We just take a. Bharat, can you put your screen on so you can be in the photograph? Lovely.
Can you see? Yeah.
Yes, we can see you. No. Oh, we lost him again. Vallabh, we lost you again. No, you just put Vallabh in the way.
Am I there?
Yes, you're perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Vallabh.
Thank you.
for your
Thank
time.
you. Well
Bye.
done.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is served in the garden area, so please join us. And do come back by 2:30. Try to make it 5 minutes before 2:30. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Only public-private. Yes. And also about the community.
Yeah, nobody else.
I mean, for example, TB. If the government provides the drugs. The private sector participates in distribution of the drugs. And the civil society ensures that there is adequate adherence. So those are the kind of things that can easily be. Yeah.
So you heading home? You should be here for the rest of the day?
I'll be there for part of the afternoon, but I have a call to make now.
No problem. So if you're there, between 5 and 6, because towards the end, last rounds, I'll be talking about
No, I'll come.
At least it's
four,
around
4 o'clock.
4:45.
Yeah, 4 o'clock, I believe there's a call with the ADB, Asian Development Bank. So I'll take that and then come.
5:45.
Yeah, fine. But I'll skip the dinner if you don't mind. Thanks.
You've taken enough of your time.
Thank you. Huh? Yeah, sure.
Have a bite. Oh, one more.
Hello. Speak. Yeah, open it up. Hello. 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
हेलो. Check.
हेलो चेक चेक
Check.
चेक
पीछे आवाज आ रही है? Through the speaker?
या
आप भी बोलो सब साथ
हेलो
बोलते हैं.
हाँ तो अगर हम साथ में बोलेंगे ना सो एक जैसे आप बोलो
अब
लेट्स
बोलो.
से 1 2 3
1 1 2 3
so
4
right now we have checked it out
frequency
that's
change
why
करिए.
frequency change. But that's the thing just come out there and then
ठीक है अभी चल रहा है ना. इसमें बैटरी चेंज कर दी सबकी. ये हाईएस्ट वॉल्यूम है क्या? फिर प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगी. ठीक है. बिकॉज अगर मैं ऐसे नॉर्मल वॉइस में भी बोल रहा हूँ आ रहा है ना. हाँ ठीक है. नहीं इसको चलने दो. जस्ट इंश्योर दो जब लगाएंगे ना लेपल अमन थोड़ा पास में लगाएंगे. but not too high either for war.
Yeah.
Right there. With coffee.
For joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Coffee or the black one? Black coffee.
Both of them over there.
You've got more important things to do. I'll figure it. How much? Take the one. There.
Yeah, actually, I can hear myself in the mic. Hello, check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Perfect. Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me properly now? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
They're testing somewhere. They're checking somewhere. All right.
Hello.
बोलो सत श्री अकाल.
Put it near your mic.
हाँ, okay. सत श्री अकाल. सत श्री अकाल. हैं? Is there any linkage or conversation with CBC?
Yes, not on this, but yes, we do a lot of work with CBC. We are developing case studies.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. It's good to see you're feeling energetic after getting some food. But I request all of you to please settle down. We will start the next session in 2 minutes.
Hyphen GRIT. CEO @Gujarat.
People in the back, I request you to please take your seats. Good afternoon once again. Welcome back to everyone. This session is titled Emerging Engines, the Strategic Importance of Tier 2 and Tier 3 Cities in India's Growth. As India continues its journey towards becoming a 30 trillion economy, the role of smaller cities becomes increasingly vital. To lead this insightful discussion, please welcome Professor O.P. Agarwal, Professor of Practice and Senior Fellow at ISPP. Big round of applause for Professor Agarwal. Thank you. Joining Mr. Agarwal on this panel are distinguished leaders who bring a wealth of experience and knowledge. Ms. Aruna Sundaraman, former Secretary, Government of India, Department of Telecom. Ms. S. Aparna, the CEO of GRIT, Gujarat State Institution for Transformation. Ms. Pritika Hindurani, CEO India Artha Global. As Louis mentioned earlier, Artha is a key partner of ISPP and is focused on training urban leaders to address the challenges of rapid urbanization. And finally, Ms. Jaya Dhindau, Executive Director, Sustainable Cities Program, WRI India. Over to you, Professor Agarwal.
Thanks. Thanks, Vincy. Can you hear me? Yes. So, all morning we've been talking about administrative reforms within the government systems and all that. This session is a little more focused on cities, primarily because a lot of the growth that we are talking about, the 3 trillion to 30 trillion or whatever we get to, the geography is going to be the urban areas. And a lot of people have often said, why are we setting up all this only within the rural areas? And I'm often hard-pressed to explain to them that if you set it up in rural area, the rural area becomes an urban area. So it's not that something is defined as urban and remains urban, something is rural and remains more non-agricultural economic activities that happen outside urban areas, those areas become urban. So that's the reason why urban is where most of the growth will take place, because most of it will happen in manufacturing and services. That's the reason why urban becomes important. This session, we want to focus a little more attention on the smaller cities. Even earlier, we had a little discussion about why is everything happening only in Mr. Gurcharan Das mentioned this. Why is everything Delhi or Bombay or Madras? What about the smaller cities? And why is it that it's not happening in the smaller cities? So this really is the background, the importance of smaller cities. What can be done to get them into the forefront? Are they really important or not important? So with that little backdrop, let me start with, let me begin with you. Now, a lot of the new programs that government has or had, the JNNURM, for example, was a mega program, the first mega program of the government, which covered 67 cities. Then we had, 10 years later, we had the Smart Cities Mission and the Amrut program. Smart cities covered 100 cities, Amrut covered 500 cities, but we have 7,000 cities in the country. So is it important to focus only on the bigger ones, or is there something we can do with the smaller ones? Are they important? Your thoughts on that?
So thank you very much, sir. And hello, everyone. First of all, congratulations on the report. It covers a good ground on why the Tier 2 and Tier 3 is important in India. I have a bunch of stats that I would really like to share with the group here, right? So to start off with, if you do a very basic stratification of Indian urban areas, right? So you have 7,900 odd urban areas now. So about 46 of those are million plus cities. There are about 440 million to 1 lakh cities. And there are about 3,562 basically statutory towns, basically urban towns. And then there are census towns, about another 3,000 odd of those. We'll not take that into account, but these are all the statutory urban areas. Now, I think when we are talking about Viksit Bharat, one of the pointers there is that they want to reduce the developmental disparity between rural and urban. That is one of the goals of the Viksit Bharat mission. And rightly so, because when you take into account the second and third tier cities, the non-metro cities, the population that lives there is almost double the population that lives in metropolitan areas, right? So that is the point. And when we come to, what is the state of growth, right? So when we talk about these 440 non-metro, sort of the second tier cities, they at some point were smaller cities themselves. So there were 100 of those in 1961, and now we have 440, right? So there's been a 4 times growth in just the non-metropolitan urban areas. Now, what is happening though is that there's a lag in terms of all kind of development indicators in these areas because they grew quite fast, but without the requisite infrastructure, without the requisite physical, social, all kinds of infrastructure, educational facilities, access to basic services, all of that. But that is not to say that all of these, tier 2, tier 3 cities are in that boat. There are about a quarter of them which are actually still doing good on their developmental standards and sort of human development indicators, if you say. And the reason for that is purely good governance mechanisms and figuring out mechanisms for delivering infrastructure and quality urban services. That is the single most determinant reason why some of these cities and a quarter of these in the non-metro areas are doing well. But still, I think when we look at sort of, beyond the achiever group, when we look at the rest of the group, there's a high amount of sort of the literacy rates are very low, the poverty rates are very high, and therefore no industry, no manufacturing hub, no major employer wants to locate there. And because they don't want to locate there, there's this whole sort of vicious cycle which is created that therefore, those education facilities and the skilling and, all of that these areas really need does not develop in turn. When we look at the types of growth which is happening, a lot of the growth in these non-metropolitan cities is peripheral growth. So it is not happening in the core either. So if we look at the growth that has happened just decadal, and I'm going to talk about census because that's the best data we have. So 2001 to 2011, core city growth was about 2.3%, and the growth in peripheries was about 6.4%. Right? So peripheries are booming, but these are unplanned areas. These are areas which completely fall out of the jurisdiction of anybody. They're no man's land. It's completely privately governed, and they have no mechanisms and regulatory ways to kind of develop in a sustainable manner. When we come to small towns, interestingly, we don't sometimes realize that we think about, metropolitan areas as being sort of the leading lights of economic growth, of all kinds of growth in India. But it is the small towns which is India's urbanization story, because 92% of urban centers are small towns. So these are the categories beyond the metro and the non-metro. So these are the tiny towns that we have. And over here today, what's happening is that this is where the future of urbanization really lies, if you think about it, because predicated on how previous small towns then became big, these small towns are now going to also become pretty significant. So while large metropolitan areas remain important, small towns are also not isolated. Often we think about small towns as being peripheral to like these large metropolitan areas, but that's not the case. Small towns are often regional anchors for the rural areas because that's where the flows of goods, services, capital, and the back and forth is happening. So these small towns are anchors for rural areas. They also basically allow this whole economic development to radiate outwards. And so there's this whole rural-urban continuum that we must be really aware of and we need to do something about. The other thing that, just in terms of very interesting sort of developmental patterns which are happening is that these tier 2 and tier 3 cities is where a bunch of India's MSMEs are locating. So 60% of India's MSMEs are actually in tier 2, tier 3 cities. That's where the innovators are going. That's where innovation is happening to a large extent. There's a lot of, unfortunately or fortunately, warehousing which is happening now in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So what that's meaning is there's a certain typology of, urban development that's happening over there. And there's a certain typology of skilling or the lack of skilling which is not happening, as a result in these tier 2, tier 3 cities. So to your points, I think, PMAY, Amrut, all of these newer schemes somewhere have played a role in, enabling better sort of urban development in, some of these cities. But there's like we say that, India's urbanization has a really long tail. That long tail is the small towns, and that's what really needs attention because that is kind of our future. So if I were to sum it up, I would say that, we really need to focus on educational institutions, vocational trainings in these places, and also how do we build capacity. When I worked, and I often cite this example, when I worked abroad in a small town in the US, this was about 7 to 8 lakhs population. I was in a planning department. We had about 60 planners in that department. You would be hard pressed to find 60 planners in a DDA or in Delhi, for the size of the population that the city has. So just to say that that is kind of the deficit in capacity that we have, that is the deficit in skills, and that is the deficit in educational and vocational trainings that we really need to bring to tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
Thanks, Jaya. That was brilliant. I think, you talked about 60 planners. I would wonder whether having 60 planners in Indian cities is a good thing, because we have to find out what these planners do in our cities.
True.
Very often I've heard that they only obstruct stuff, they don't do anything else. But that apart, but Kritika, coming to you, what Jaya clearly argued is you need this long tail to grow. So these cities have to grow. They are part and parcel of the growth story. Where do you see challenges in this happening? Where do you think, what's holding us back? What do you think we have to overcome?
So what Jaya described, the pattern of urbanization across the country, tells you something about the scale of the challenge that we're facing. So we set up one of the early geospatial labs in India. And so to illustrate what Jaya was saying about peri-urban growth, I remember we looked at the city of Calicut, and you look at the administrative boundaries in 1974, and you see that the built-up area growth is well contained within the administrative boundaries. And then you look at 2014, or we recently updated it last year, and you see built-up area growth has spilled well beyond administrative boundaries into neighboring villages, sometimes into neighboring towns. And so what the fundamental economic unit is, how people are interacting, where businesses are locating, where, labor supply comes from, is fundamentally different from how the city is managed, right? So, we use these terms, and I do too, cities as engines of growth and unprecedented urbanization, almost reflexively. But actually where the rubber hits the road and where it's really playing out is in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So I remember when we had looked at census data, Kadapa was growing at 8% year on year, right? And a lot of this growth is happening in peri-urban areas. So to go to the question of what they need, as Jaya said, they need planners. Most tier 2 and tier 3 cities actually share planners that are very often at the state government, with the state government, that then make plans for tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Or if they have planning departments, they're very small. Right? So they need resources, of course, to deal with the scale of what they are facing. They need planners, but as OP said, most importantly, because they are where growth is happening, they need a wider skill set. So they need economists, they need planners that can think as economists, and they need to now think about what their economic base is and what they need to do to enable that economic base, while also making sure that people have access to housing, to transport, very importantly, and to basic services. So the way Alain Berthaud, who's a French planner that, I think a lot of us have learned a lot from, he said, think of cities as labor markets, right? Cities are many, many different things, but if you think of cities as labor markets, why any of us or our parents or our grandparents moved to cities, it was in search of opportunities, right? Similarly, businesses moved to cities to look for talent. So actually at the core, cities need to play that matching function, right? So transport, mobility in general, whether that's, motorized or non-motorized transport, access to housing, rental or otherwise, is all very important. So to come to the question of what do these cities need? They need capacity at scale to deal with these challenges and resources. So one of the things that we're very excited about is, in partnership with ISPP, we're launching a new capacity building program that actually focuses on officials in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities, but focuses on two main things. One is, how do we get them to think about growth? So much of Indian urban planning has been, how do you disincentivize growth? How do you cap FSI? How do you make it harder for people to move to cities? Instead, we're saying people are moving to cities. What do you do to manage that growth? Right? So that's one big piece of the program. And the second big piece of the program is on urban management, right? So there are cities across the country that are doing incredible things despite their resource constraints, whether that's getting the streets cleaned on time or, limiting emissions. And we want cities to be able to learn and share from one another, because very often I think this is, I was in policy school as well. It's very easy to say what needs to be done, right? We're all used to writing that list of, 5 recommendations, and this is brilliant. But the real question is, how do you do it? And to be honest, none of us actually know unless you have done it yourself. And so what we're really hoping is to create a community of practitioners in these cities that can speak to one another honestly about how they have done what they've managed to do in this.
Thanks, Kritika. I'm going to come back to you a little later. Tell us a little more about what you're planning to do. I think that sounds very interesting. But let me move to Aparna with this. Aparna, Gujarat has done a fair bit on, building capacities for the urban areas. And, your charge when you were there and even later. Can you tell us something more on that? Are there things that other states can learn from this?
So thank you, Gopi sir, and thank you for those really brilliant points, I think. Actually, I have looked at cities only from a metro perspective because I was in a municipal commissioner in a large city. But as has been pointed out, and as I would know from experience, particularly in Western India, Maharashtra and Gujarat, the large cities, the metropolitan or the municipal corporations are well provided for in terms of their statutory framework and their administrative abilities. It is the tier 2 and tier 3 cities which have not had the benefit of either strong statutory framework or ability to manage themselves as local self-government. And historically, if we look at it, sir, for almost 50 years, till the JNNURM came in 2005, so more than 50 years, 60 years, the focus was on rural development in terms of government funding. So there would be cases where a city, a village which is growing very fast and deserves to be a municipality would prefer not to be a municipality because they don't want to lose out on the rural development grants, and the Sarpanch doesn't want to lose out on being a Sarpanch with all the attendant benefits. So that was the situation before 2005. I think after JNNURM was launched by the government at that time, and after there has been an increase in resources, at least that reluctance to become a town or call oneself a town has gone down. In Gujarat, sir, we have about 159 municipalities at the moment. So, and that those towns house about 33% of our urban population. So about 85 lakh people live in these towns. Obviously, the number of towns will keep increasing. So government in the state has identified essentially 3 gaps, and this was mentioned by you also. One is financial, the other is technical, and the third is managerial. So financial, of course, as I mentioned, a number of schemes have now come up, including Awas and, of course, Amrit and all, which can cater to the financial requirements of these small towns because they may not have the fiscal capacity to generate adequate tax revenues for themselves. Insofar as managerial and technical capacity gaps are concerned, sir, what Gujarat has done, and I'm sure what many other states must have done thereafter or even before, is carderized the technical manpower or the manpower required for managing cities. So earlier, even if it was a city of less than 1 lakh population, it was totally inbred. The chief officer, the so-called overseer or engineer or anybody would come from that, from the ranks. And it was a very short, I would say, step up from being a malaria worker or a sanitary inspector to becoming a chief officer. So Gujarat once, sir, created a statewide cadre of chief officers. They were recruited the way we recruit deputy collectors or tehsildars. They were trained and then deployed in the cities. So that was one. Second, after the successful deployment, they also recruited and deployed accounts personnel for these cities. So now we have in Gujarat double entry accounting in all the cities, which is not the case in many parts of our country. Then they also recruited centrally and deployed what we call municipal engineers. And fourth is sanitation inspectors. So there is a cadre which is recruited centrally, which means although there is loss of autonomy for that local self-government body, but they have a standard against which they are recruited. Second, they have been trained uniformly. Third, they have motivation for personal growth in the sense that they start off in a small, town with maybe 80,000, 1 lakh population, then move to district headquarters, etc. So there is mobility in their career, which gives a kind of a motivation. And finally, I would say they are a little less linked with the local, nexus that generally we expect with the suppliers, contractors, the representatives, etc. So it gives them some independence of action. This has happened in all 4 cadres. That is one thing that we have done to fill the gap in capacity, managerial capacity, sir. In terms of technical capacity, it is the capacity both to install and operate infrastructure and utilities, whether they are roads or water supply, sewage, or where. There, what again has been done in Gujarat, a parastatal was created called GUDC, Gujarat Urban Development Company. That parastatal is provided monies from the government to carry out infrastructure work in the municipalities, these tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Municipal corporations don't get money through GUDC. And in that case, if the most recent standards are, if the work is of less than 10 crore, then the money is passed on to the municipality or the tier 2, tier 3 cities, as we're calling it, to carry out the work themselves, because there is a municipal engineer there who has been trained and placed there. If the work is more than 10 crore in size, like water supply or water filtration plant or a small sewage treatment plant, that work is carried out centrally, but in consultation with the local self-government at every stage of the procurement process, of the project monitoring process. What this does is enables these small towns to aspire to have high quality infrastructure, which normally they would not have either the economy of scale or the technology access or the bargaining power to get it at the cost which they can afford or which government can provide them, sir. So this has been fairly successful. I would like to add a couple of caveats, sir. This has been possible because, as I am explaining, all of you would be understanding that there is a certain reverse devolution, right? So there is some kind of centralization of functions, which is not what is envisaged in the constitution. But I believe it could happen because of something, and it should not continue over a period of time. It will slowly, everybody will build their own capacities. This 10 crore will go up to 30 crores, 50 crores, 100 crores as capacities are built. It could happen because of a couple of reasons. One was the political will that was there to ensure that infrastructure comes up. So that was the driving motivator. And second is possibly there was a period when there was congruity in political disposition that allowed these towns to agree to this kind of a framework, which may not happen all the time. And thirdly, there was administrative ingenuity in designing this kind of a program, which allows for intervention, but at the same time ensures that simultaneously capacities are being built up to fill the gaps. So this may not be an ideal situation, but it is certainly a situation that is working and giving some results.
I think this is brilliant. This is brilliant. It's a learning. I mean, you are recruiting centrally for a number of professional positions, training them and then placing them, which is what happens with most cadres. So this is brilliant. I think we should talk a little more about this. But let me come to Aruna. Aruna, you've had a lot of experience working on urban poverty, urban housing, those areas. Do you see those as a problem, particularly in the smaller cities? And how do you deal with that kind of an issue in the smaller cities in the country?
Thanks for bringing that up, because certainly the issues of urban poverty and housing have not at all received the kind of attention that they need. But before I come to responding to your question, I'd like to make a couple of preparatory remarks. First of all, the fact that you've chosen this theme for today's afternoon panel discussion clearly indicates how important it is. But honestly, this is not an academic question. The set of questions you raised, because our cities, our tier 1 cities, have really reached the limits of growth. They're so saturated that today we cannot literally breathe. So it's become an imperative. It's an economic imperative that our cities, tier 2 and tier 3 cities, really need to be the fulcrum of the next phase of economic growth and development. But if you look at it from another point of view as well, really there are only 3 foundational growth engines. One is demography. As long as you have a positive demography, you continue to grow. Second is technology. The direction of the arrow of technology is what determines the pace and how much you will grow. And third, it is urbanization. It's a foundational growth engine. The world over, economic activities densify only when people come together and you have this phenomenon of urbanization. So clearly, urbanization is not any different from growth. The two are actually part of one and the same process. Unfortunately, despite this, in India, we have paid very little attention to this whole issue of urbanization. Now, fortunately for us, the economic growth engine that tier 1 cities have been is beginning to flip. And we are beginning to see that tier 2 and tier 3 cities are really displaying a kind of economic dynamism that tier 1 cities seem to have reached the limits of. And this is again not academic. You can go into any boardroom discussion, you can go into any industry forum discussion. People are actively saying we don't want to go to tier 1 cities. We want to go to other cities because one, land is available, operational costs are better. Most important of all, there's hunger in the talent there. Fourth, startups, innovation is coming from the tier 2 cities. And what is really positively driving all this is the fact that today you have distributed digital infrastructure, which makes it possible for people to work. They don't necessarily need to be in tier 1 cities. So that is the positive. However, if India, let's not also forget that the world over, housing, real estate, physical and social infrastructure, and employment in smaller urban areas has been the biggest growth driver. The whole of post-war reconstruction in Europe was built on the back of housing. America, the one sector which is their bellwether sector for everything is housing. If anything happens in housing, the whole of the American economy will collapse. So that is the sector they watch most. China's miracle growth of the past 30 years was powered primarily on the basis of urbanization, housing, investment in real estate and infrastructure. And yet in India, we are not even thinking about the fact that cities are the places where political aspirations first start. We are not thinking of them as the spaces which define how our cultural narrative will be shaped, how our economic narrative will be shaped. A city like Delhi doesn't figure in our national growth discussions. Delhi would probably be the size of several countries in the West. So we have to fundamentally reimagine our urban, the entire urban paradigm has to be reimagined. If it has to really function as a political and economic agent, legitimately representing the aspirations of people. Let's not forget that China's growth story again was primarily driven by the fact that more than 200 clusters, urban clusters, and all their local self-governments actually not only got huge economic empowerment, but the fact that they were competing for investments, that they were competing for industries to come in. Now, where do we see that kind of a competition in India? We don't. It can't be a phenomenon where the central government says, industrialize X, locate manufacturing center in Y. It can't be that. We have to have significant substantive economic and financial devolution so that these city-states or cities can start competing properly. So what are the things that can be done? I'm coming to your urban housing and poverty, so in 1 minute, but basically what I want to say is that you will have to allow cities to have some role in attracting investments and creating employment opportunities. And it is very possible to flip what is a vicious cycle today into a virtuous cycle tomorrow, provided you're willing to reimagine this whole of urban governance, have huge devolution, train your people, and housing. Again, it is estimated that India will have one of the largest shortages of public housing anywhere in the world. They're saying 30 million units, but I think even that is an understatement, because we know that after a job, every Indian's aspiration is to get a house. How many people do you know who have a house, especially at those tiers? So clearly, urban housing, urban employment. As she said, MSMEs are creating the bulk of your employment. If you were to allow that, that is a virtuous cycle that we need to get into. And I'm sorry if I've overshot my time, sir, but I will certainly, if you have any follow-up questions, I'll take it.
This is great. I'll come back to you. That's a great point. And I think the point that you made very strongly is we have to start reimagining our city. Now, with that, let me sort of change tracks and keep picking up from there. Coming to you, Jaya. People have generally said our planning laws are 70 years old. They are of a different era altogether, and they need to change. Now, what is the change that you think we need to bring into that? What is missing? How is it different from what we need today? Some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think the planning regulations and the laws, the ways that in which it is framed, actually it needs a complete overall, if you were to think about it. Because what we have gotten and what we are still following is the colonial legacy, where the imperative was basically industrialization was the sort of core activity. And therefore, planning was a response to ensure sort of sanitized environments, right? So it was a health and hygiene sort of basis for planning in the West that we kind of took on and have since, followed. And so our current planning is all this land use based, where, you have these strict sort of demarcations between where housing goes, commercial, industrial, and so on and so forth. And that is clearly not working for us anymore, because if you look at a city like Bangalore, there was a news report that 75% of all new developments are flouting regulations. So that is the market's way of telling you that something is not working and it needs to be fixed. So I think, sir, in India, couple of things, right? One is, again, if I go to Bangalore, just this fragmented governance, right? If I look at the water cycle of Bangalore, and we had done this research to say how many entities are involved really, and we found there are 25 government entities involved in just the water cycle of Bangalore. So imagine the way in which these responsibilities are kind of getting split, they're getting overlapped, there's no clear sort of, authorship, there's no sort of, ownership of, who controls Bangalore's water and what happens to it, right? So the governance, the fragmented governance is one. The second is the master planning approach, which, yes, it is long-term, it is a very broad brush approach. Is it needed or not? We can debate that all day. But the master planning approach by itself is clearly not working, that is certain. The other is this whole thing which, Pritika brought up, others brought up about this whole not having an economic sort of lens to the planning approaches that we currently have. We desperately need that. And not just an economic approach, I would add a climate approach as well, a climate and resilience approach, because the world in which we are living today, if we don't kind of apply that lens, it is all going to go down underwater literally. And then finally, we have, this whole issue of land management, which Mr. Godrej alluded to this morning as well, to say that, this whole land issue is becoming very, very difficult for us. 3% of India's land is urban. And within that, we are trying to kind of create economic activity, or in the land surrounding that, we're trying to do that. We're trying to house people. We're trying to do so many things. And land pooling, land management, again, it's a very problematic issue. Land titling is not clear. So down to those levels of issues, I think there are many things to be done on the land management side of things. And then finally, there's also the whole question of infrastructure integrated development, right? We are putting putting in infrastructure like mass transit systems. India is going to be spending some 35 billion on just metro systems, in the coming 5 to 10 years. But our growth, our jobs, none of it is happening adjacent to or close to these investments that we are putting in. And so there's a huge economic dividend that you can leverage from there, 8 to 10x apparently, in sort of the areas around the mass transit systems. But we are not going to be able to do that, or we are not doing that currently, simply because the thinking about infrastructure integrated development does not exist. So then, what is the antidote, and what are some of the ways in which that we can think about it and fix this? Couple of things. One is, I think, in addition to master planning, we really need to look at strategic planning. Master planning has a 20 to 25-year horizon. It is sort of long range. It is meant to be long range. It is sectoral in nature, and that's all well. But we need strategic 5-year plans where all the departments of the city can align around common agendas. Do we want to address water security? Do we want to address heat? Do we want to address economic development? How do we do it? Create strategic plans. That's number one. The second is basically, how do you integrate this whole economic planning thinking in our master planning, and the long range planning approach also is something to be thought about. Previously, master planning, the way it was done, in the best case scenario, you had a carrying capacity approach where you were like, okay, this is the amount of land that is available, therefore this is the amount of population that should really come in. And again, nobody follows it, but it was more of a carrying capacity approach. Nobody looked at the economic side of things. And so that, I think, lens needs to be embedded. Other is, I think, regional planning authorities, or regional level authorities, let me say. Because on the one hand, you have systems like transportation, which really need a regional level of thinking. Currently, that's not the case. You have state, you have city, you have all kinds of mixtures between all of that. You need a regional sort of level organization for things like transport on the one hand, but on things like air and water on the other hand, which are sort of, they follow air-shed, watershed approaches. They don't follow administrative boundaries. So you really need regional anchor institutions to kind of tackle that problem. Finally, I think, this whole land pooling mechanisms need to be made very clear. How do you kind of put precedents? And there are some cities which have done really well. Gujarat, for example, has done really well. There are other cities, Maharashtra also. And then how do you kind of mainstream this approach? What are the incentives that you can provide? There's, in many places, there's just people don't want to take it up, right? I mean, they're aware of the approaches, but they just don't want to go with it. So what are some of the incentives that you can create over there? And finally, I would say, this whole climate risk assessments, that needs to be embedded through a local lens. Again, local area planning. I mean, if we were to follow the three tiers of planning that, ideally cities must and city regions must, we don't. But if we were to, local area plan would be the lowest level of plan, which is community-based, which is sort of neighborhood-based. That doesn't happen. But looking at it from a climate lens, doing climate assessments at the local level, having wards, having neighborhoods kind of take that ownership, and developing and implementing those plans becomes very important. And finally, I would say just this data, and sort of shared data, common data, kind of creating these repositories which cities can use. To my big shock, it was like when you go to a city department here, you don't have a single department which has a repository of the roads in the city, for example, or where your waste facilities are, or just one single department where you can find all of this in one place, and that doesn't exist. So when that doesn't exist, I mean, when you can't measure, you can't manage, and that's a big problem. So I think just having common database repositories, ensuring that that is transparent, it is open, people, citizens, third sector are able to access it, do something with it, and make useful cases out of it is very important.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that's really brilliant. What you're saying is each city has multiple documents. You have a master plan, you have a climate action plan, you have an economic development plan, you have a multiple plans, the comprehensive mobility plan. Very often I've seen a metro plan, which is different from a comprehensive mobility plan. None of these are talking to each other. Probably the only document which has some kind of a legal backing is the master plan. So shifting from you to Pritika and Aparna, really, two questions. One is, do you think it's possible to have one document with a legal backing which covers all of this? One thing called the city development plan, which has the economic development plan, the infrastructure plan, the environmental plan, the land use plan, all of that. So I'll request Aparna to tell me that. But before that, to Pritika, you spoke about so many capacity building requirements. requirements. Aruna spoke about so much capacity building, and you were telling us a little bit of what you're planning to do with ISPP as a partner. What is that? Can you tell us a little more? What do you have in mind? What's
I think it starts with really driving home the message that cities are what are going to drive our growth, right? And this idea of agglomeration and people coming together in cities, innovation happening when people get together. I think so. To answer your question, the capacity building program that we're doing is going to focus on, well, actually three things. One is getting cities to think about growth. The second is getting cities to think about climate in the context of growth, because very often growth and climate are seen as competing priorities when they don't have to be. And the third is around urban management. So around growth, I think there's a lot of conceptual clarity that needs to be built, right? There's a tendency to say, I mean, there used to be a mandate that industries have to locate outside cities, or interestingly, that universities have to locate outside cities. When actually, if you look even at the area around ISB today, or the area around, IIT Bombay today, it's actually a very vibrant ecosystem because ideas come from universities, companies get set up, talent wants to be hired. So the first focus of the capacity building program that we're doing, and like I said, this is tailored at city officials to begin with, is really understanding, what are the origins of growth? Maybe drawing on some of the China examples where you realize that it is your mandate actually to attract investment. How you do that, what you do with it, what it then means in terms of urban services. So Jaya mentioned carrying capacity, for instance, and I think this is a deep-rooted fear in many cities, right? We have reached capacity. Now, that may definitely be true of our tier 1 cities, but the fact that carrying capacity can be augmented over time is actually not an idea that we have understood. So if you look, for instance, at any old cities, right? Look at some of the old European cities. So look at London, which has narrow roads, but also has tall buildings, right? What you do is you take the same infrastructure that, so if the road could carry 20 cars, now you say it carries 10 buses and it's the same number of people, right? So one big piece is around getting cities and city officials comfortable with the idea of growth and what it means to manage growth. And embedded in that are, how do you coordinate with the region, for instance? So London does something very interesting called strategic spatial planning. So they say we can't coordinate across everything. So at the level of the one document, you coordinate across land use and transport, right? And those are decisions that need to be made at the regional level. And then at the local level, there are different sets of decisions that need to feed into this plan. This second big focus is on climate. And like I said, I mean, very often we tend to think, I was recently in a meeting where they said, the India's solution to climate change is basically getting rid of all the industries and getting rid of all the CEOs. I wasn't quite sure where they were going with that. But actually, cities can be very green. And I don't mean just in terms of having electric buses and, but the more compact and walkable your city is, the more green your city is. So again, sorry to use an international example, but if you compare New York with a city like Los Angeles, city like Los Angeles is driven by, dependent on roads and cars. City like New York has public transport and walkability. Now, we are at the stage of our journey where we still have to build the next 200 to 300 cities. So we have a choice. So this goes to what Jaya said about overhauling our planning regulations. And so we can choose to go down the New York route, which is more compact, better serviced by public transport and more sidewalks, or we can go down the Los Angeles route, right? And we've got examples of that in the city, and our planning regulations currently lock us more into the Los Angeles route. And the third piece, like I said earlier, will be around urban management and sharing of best practices from practitioners, even sharing frameworks like what Gujarat created to upgrade skills within it.
Brilliant. I think wish you all the very best. I think
Thank you.
clearly it seems to be something that is needed. But coming to Aparna, we talked about these multiple documents. Can we have a single document? The question to you is, be for a city alone, or can we think of something like this on a regional basis, which brings in multiple cities? So you have a regional plan which covers all this, and within the ambit of that, you have individual city plans. I mean, is that better to have it on a regional basis, single city? What's your?
Sir, what you have suggested is something that is actually now, I think, being understood or acknowledged as the way to move forward. So Niti Aayog has recently come up with regional economic management plans for regions. So not for a district, not for a state, but for a region. And 4 regions were selected for the first cut, and Surat, Mumbai, Visakhapatnam, Banaras were 4 regions. So I found in that regional approach several advantages. We started by talking about tier 2, tier 3 cities and how they are often neglected or rendered incapable vis-a-vis the focus on large metropolitan areas, both by the society as well as by governments. So a regional approach provides a balance between both the large metro in that region as well as the tier 2, tier 3 cities, which I can say are aspiring for a better urban ecosystem. Second, it integrates and brings complementarity between these. So there is something that you can only find in a large city, right? So tertiary medical care, for example, that's not going to be viable in a tier 3 city, but that does not mean that tier 3 city citizens should be left without tertiary. So there are complementarities. Housing may be more affordable in a tier 2, tier 3 city than in a large municipal corporation. So there would be complementarities that can be leveraged when we have a regional approach. Second point, sir. Third point is, and this is something which is like in our in the way we operate, I guess, as a society, there is always somebody looking out for arbitrage. So you can create a city limit and prepare a master plan with zoning and development norms for that limit. But just outside the limit is where the real estate opportunities would be created, right? So we have seen that Chandigarh. So you have a Mohali, you have a Panchkuya, you have a Korali outside Chandigarh. In our case also, Noida, Gurgaon, Faridabad developed like that, right? So it's always going to be that wherever there is a large city, there would be arbitrage opportunities in terms of development just outside, and these would be unregulated. If you have a regional plan or a regional framework, at least there is some hope of being able to plan for these anticipated growth, let us say, in non-urban areas, but which are within that region. And the fourth advantage that I see in a regional approach is one, bringing together various plans built with or developed with various motivations, sir, and weaving in the economic aspect of growth in the regional plan. So a regional plan is not a purely spatial land use planning kind of a process, but it is actually focusing on economic activity where we see that increasing, where it requires space, sir. So for example, in the Surat regional, it's called Surat Economic Region, EMP, that is an economic master plan for Surat Economic Region. They have identified 54 projects in that entire area. That area covers 6 districts. So it is, about 22% of our population, 25% of the GSDP of the state, and several tier 2 and tier 3 towns are covered in this, and they will benefit from these economic activities. So very small example I will give. Suppose we expect that, people will come to Surat for certain ABC economic activity, then can we provide destinations in the hinterland for them to stay on a little longer, provide a kind of, additional income to those cities by developing tourist destination, etc. If we are going to have chemical manufacturing and chemical areas in Dahej, for example, sir, can we build the ancillaries for those chemicals in Navsari? So this kind of a complementarity in economic activity is also being envisaged. So I would agree with you or respond to you, sir, saying that certainly regional planning is the way to go. We have seen it to some extent in NCR. So the National Capital Region with its planning board has, I would say, helped and has had an ambition to decongest Delhi, provide what were earlier called bedroom towns, sir, but now are vibrant economic centers in their own right. I mean, whoever you talk to youngsters, if they are not in Bangalore and Pune, they are in Gurgaon. So I think that it has worked and it will certainly be one of the viable way forward.
Probably what it also does is the interweave areas. Otherwise, you're not separating urban and rural. It all comes into this. But with this, Aruna, my last question to you. Again, this thoughts on the same issue, the cluster approach or the regional approach. And more so, what role can technology play in facilitating this? You spoke a bit about technology allows you to work from anywhere. So do you think this regional approach is better suited? Technology can help even more? Thoughts on?
First of all, I couldn't agree more that we need a regional approach. Actually, what has happened in India is that we have still had two planning paradigms. One is the centrally driven Niti Aayog kind of paradigm, which is pure economic development. And then you have the city level master plans, which are purely spatial plans with very little integration between the two. Now is an opportunity for us to actually move away from both these two and start thinking in terms, I mean, fortunately, India has started thinking in terms of cluster level development. But I'll just give you an example, sir, of some of the best practices that, I've seen personally. So it's interesting. And also, I don't want to make this discussion completely theoretical. For example, when Shanghai designed its transport network, it was actually called 5-15-30, because they said you should be able to walk to any station or find a metro station within 5 minutes. You should be able to take a long distance transport within 15 minutes. And if you actually wanted to get out of the city, then you should be able to reach that within 30 minutes. So it's not about departments and how you plan and all that. It is really what are you trying to achieve? What is the objective that you want? So if you're planning transport, then the scale has to be depending upon the state of technology, the lumpiness of the capital investment required, etc. You have to perhaps think of a certain scale. If you're thinking in terms of economic development and you want to create a large electronics cluster, or you want to create, let's say, a textile cluster, then the kind of geographical space you will have to think of might be very different. It might be much larger than, let's say, like electronics cluster. The point I'm trying to make is that while clustering is necessary, I don't think we should have hard and fast rules about at what level the clustering should be done. It really depends on what are our objectives. The other example, so when you spoke about technology, again, I remember, going to Wuhan in China in 2012. It was so advanced. I mean, of course, all the negative aspects associated with Wuhan notwithstanding. The kind of planning you could do is that you could go into a public terminal kept in any of the city offices and feed in what you wanted to build or plan for. So if you were planning to build a factory or a hospital, you could actually feed in all those parameters and say that if I put a super specialty hospital in this edge of this block with 8 stories, it will tell you what will your fire escape need to look like, what will be the exit and ingress into that building. So you could actually do, I mean, you had technology back then. Today the technology is far more advanced. You could actually simulate traffic flows. I mean, our cities could do with a little bit of this. I mean, we're still having situations where it's taking 2 hours to go from A to point B. Then there's, so we have no public tools whereby technology can actually be leveraged for all these kinds of things. And then, of course, technology at another level in terms of, the fact that thanks to all the latest kinds of technologies in the cloud, you could literally work anywhere. And so the geographical limitations to a large extent have been done away with or will be done away with because of technology. But it needs to be integrated. And when you say technology, I presume you mean it in the broadest sense of the term. So whether it is transport technology or whether it is, efficient health technology or whatever, certainly given the rate at which technology is moving, given the scale of technology talent that's available within India, we should certainly be able to do a far better job of integrating these with our cluster planning exercises.
Thanks. I mean, this is a discussion I could go on forever. It's really fascinating. Thanks to all of you. Kritika tells me they are working on some kind of a report on urbanization plan going forward. I think this discussion is, really valuable inputs to the work you're planning to do. Of course, for your capacity building, all the very best. But thanks to all of you. To me, it was a huge learning experience, this discussion. And thank you again so much.
Thank you, sir.
Vinci.
Thank you. I completely second Professor Agarwal. It was a really enlightening session. I now request Professor Agarwal to please felicitate our panelists with these souvenirs, and then we'll have a group photo. Big round of applause for this fantastic session and our panelists.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. This is all thanks to Louis. Picture. No problem. Fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank
Everyone.
You so much.
Now we're going to take a half an hour break. It's time for coffee and bio breaks.
How long
Please be back by 4 p.m. for our next session. Try to be back a little early. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Now that I have your email, Vincent. Good. So we'll also be leaving. Hi. Elias is around.
So he said, no, now he's not here.
फुल बैटरी है।
बैटरी से फुल है और तुम देख दो।
अरे क्यों?
रिक्स जस्ट
सब चल रहा है।
सारे स्पीकर्स आ चुके हैं।
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. And is the video also available at your end?
Yeah,
Yes. So,
just trying to. I don't know why it's. Yeah. Okay.
yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Perfect. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll mute now.
Yes, ma'am. We are just going to start it in 2 minutes. Parth
Okay.
is here to say.
Hello. Vidya.
Hi,
We're
Parth.
just about to start. I request everyone to please take their seats.
I would
We're
ask
just
you to go
starting.
first with your comments as soon as we start.
No, I think let's start with the others.
ऐसा करना है? You
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
hear
yeah.
them first before you
Yeah,
decide?
yeah.
Okay.
It'll just be better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Abhi? Good. Audible? I can hear myself.
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah.
You can hear. Yeah.
Oh. We can move the.
Hello.
Would I be
Hello.
covering Vidya then? If I sit here, it's okay.
Is the voice coming?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Or should I?
थोड़ा ऊपर करो.
So audio coming? Not much. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that you're sitting there. Hmm. We have one speaker here, so I'm keeping that her in the middle.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to our next session titled Charting the Future, the Governance Reforms. As India strives towards its ambitious economic goals, significant governance reforms are essential to streamline administrative processes and enhance efficiency. To moderate this crucial discussion, please welcome Mr. Parth Shah, co-founder and Dean of ISPP. Big honor. Along with Mr. Parth, on this panel are Mr. R. Madhavan, President and co-founder of PRS Legislative Research, Ms. Prachi Sharma, Policy Consultant, Niti Aayog, and Ms. Vidya Shah, who's joining us online. She's the Executive Chairperson of Edelgive Foundation. Thank you.
The board member of ISPP.
Vidya Shah is also a board member of ISPP, so very crucial part of our family. Over to you, Parth.
Thank you, Vincent. I think one question that I've been hearing quite often, and I think OP tried to answer that question earlier in the panel discussion, why there one more report or administrative reforms, right? I think that's, and it was also asked by Sumit, right? You asked the first question in the previous panel about why do we have one more report. And I think it's important to understand why it is done, right? And what's the logic behind it. And that also, I think, would explain what we want to do with the report, right? So yes, we produce a report. What's next with the report, right? My sense is that, of course, I think OP pointed out one reason that other reports have not had much play is because there are 300 pages and longer. And so nobody gets a chance to read those reports, while ours is around 110 pages. And the summary that you have on your table is less than 10 pages, right? So that's something that everybody can read. So that's certainly one big advantage we have compared to the previous reports in terms of the brevity and simplicity of language, I assume, compared to what government reports are generally look like, right? I think secondly, which I think important point that OP made was about the aspiration. right? India now aspires to go somewhere and has a sort of somewhat defined destiny that they want to pursue, right? Of course, it's a political decision, but at the same time, that's the kind of political authority and leadership that one would need to make any kind of reform to happen, right? And therefore, I think that commitment from the political leadership is very important to drive some of these ideas into practice. We are hoping that this is where our report also plays a role. And as I was discussing this over the lunch with some of the ISPP scholars, we came up with this line. There's a famous, of course, phrase or a saying that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, right? So I think you can paraphrase that and say eternal deliberations or discussions or debates are the price of reforms, right? If you want to reform something, it requires that you bring people along, right? And just by having good ideas, putting it on a piece of paper is not really going to convert that into a reform, right? You would have to have a buy-in from large number of people. And therefore, I think eternal deliberations on those ideas, those reforms, those policies is really inherent part of a democracy, right? And therefore, just because there were previous commissions and committees talking about admin reforms does not really mean that nobody else will talk about it anymore, right? If you don't, nothing is going to happen, right? So I think my sense is that it's important to understand the why eternal deliberations, right, are the price of reforms and why that's important in a democratic setup. Right? And therefore, a continuing conversation on some of the important issues that affect the country, right, is part of what ISPP really wants to do, right? And that's the reason behind the report that you see in front of you. Now we have a panel of 3 very interesting people, which also sort of goes with our larger ISPP philosophy of Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar, right? That's a phrase that I think we all have been using. And as ISPP, we always think along those 3 dimensions. So if there's something being done by Sarkar, we always ask what else can be done? How else could that be improved by Bazaar or Samaj, right? By Samaj, we mean civil society or a voluntary sector, a non-profit sector. And I think our 3 panelists also represent in some sense their experience and background across Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar. So I'll start with Vidya quickly. I think Vidya wants to go last, so we should start with the younger person on the panel. You are the young professional now, a consultant at Niti Aayog. So Prachi brings with her, working in the government, has a sort of eye on what happens in government, particularly at Niti Aayog. And as you saw, one recommendation that we have in the report is to put Niti Aayog in charge of doing the larger visioning for the country as a whole, right? We need to have one single entity which should be looking at overall vision for India. And proposal we have in the report is that Niti Aayog will be the one that will do it. So Prachi, I will open the discussion with you. So I think we have agreed that each panelist would have 5 to 7 minutes to make their opening sort of comments, and then we'll do the follow-up discussion from my side. And then if we have time, we'll open up to all of you. Prachi.
Thank you so much, Dean Shah. And I hope my voice is clear. Yeah, okay. So first of all, this report and the executive summary is a very easy read. So kudos to the whole team to have that idea, because it gives a clear indicator of what is in the whole report. For me, 3 points being from Niti Aayog, and I want to tell that I made a shift from corporate to government with a single aim that what can I bring? I stand at the cusp of industry, government, and as a young professional when I started, there were 2 things that have now subconsciously fitted in my mind. Is one, citizen-centric governance, and one is data-led decision-making. And on these 2 lines only the report talks about. And our administrative structures have to change from the ground up in terms of what is the data-based things, both in terms of economic activity and social development, and how citizens, which is the political leaders of that area, Second, the CSOs and industry and the bureaucratic leaders have to come. And I would put across my points around these 2 points. So when I started my journey in Niti Aayog, I got to be part of a mission called State Support Mission, which is a central sector scheme launched by Niti Aayog in 2022. The whole point was, how can we work with the state's planning department to reimagine and re-strengthen them to make their visioning exercise possible. The whole point was that while, which is also mentioned in the report, that there's an overlap between the implementation and the policy thinking part. So can we, as Niti Aayog remains a think tank for the government of India, can these planning department who lost their touch after planning commission disintegrated, can re-strengthen and become the think tanks for those governments? And hence we came with the concept of State Institute of Transformation. So today we have 23 states who have come up with us, who are saying that, okay, we are with you and we want to do this change. The second approach that we started having is, which was also a call of Prime Minister during the Governance Council meeting and during the Chief Secretary's conference in the last 2 years, that there is no cross-sharing and learning between the states. And there should be one knowledge management portal that should be there for each level of governance of officers at each level of governance to give their knowledge, share that across, and we call it Niti for States platform. We have created a repository of policy resources. We have created a resource just like what PRS does, but we have created from credible central and state government resources, policy, best practice, and data at one place. So anything about agriculture, you can come and see there. So what it drives is, number one, how can you see data at one place, which is all about policy and best practices and data, and give the officers that they are randomly placed in agriculture department, can they come and see what is going on in agriculture sector and take a decision? So that is one part that we are doing. And then through aspirational blocks and districts program, what we have tried to do, and this systematic change that I have seen is what I was telling to Dean Shah also and to Madhavan sir also, is that what happened through aspirational districts and blocks program I will take just 1 minute more and then I will complete my remark. What I want to say is that when systems are set in a way, PM called out that we need to have concentration on our underdeveloped regions. So identify the districts and blocks which are underdeveloped. PM made the call, the highest authority. CEO Niti Aayog made the calls to the CS. The CS made the calls to the planning secretary. The planning secretary made the call to the DMs. So the whole system became aware that, okay, this is coming. And indicator wise, we will do the changes at the ground level. So the civil society organizations were also involved. The political leaders were, and the ground up now, we can see the impact coming around. So what I want to make the point is that when systems are set in a way, continuous communication is made with the people on the ground. And in my 2 years, we have done 2 flagship initiatives under aspirational blocks and aspirational district, where we have gone to districts and blocks, and we have seen, and now we also have development partners working with us. So when the amalgamation of these 5 stakeholders come together, change does happen. So in my remarks, I would say that these 2 things, when kept in mind with a systematic change, with the system at place, constant communication between the political leaders, the bureaucratic leaders, the CSOs, and thirdly, when this data-driven approach comes, people do come to the call and the change happens on the ground. That will be my remark.
What are the 2 things? Can you just repeat those?
So now 2 things. The 2 keywords are citizen-centric governance and data-driven decision making. These are the 2 things which should drive, and the capacity building should happen around these areas only for both our political leaders, bureaucratic leaders, and the experts. They should be told about. So I will give an example. 2 months back, we had development partners meeting where we mapped where are the development partners who like Pyramids and the Amit Chandras of the Foundation of the World, who are in each district. Where are they? And we connected them to the DMs. So this is how convening power also comes during the discussion. So with this report, I expect that gets expedited further, because that is exactly what is being told in this report, that make the stakeholders come together, where it is from the top down level to merge the ministries or at the ground level to have the CSOs, political leaders and bureaucratic leaders come together.
Thank you, Prachi. Can I request Madhwan to make your opening remark?
Thanks, Parth, for inviting me, and Prachi for the nice opening remarks. So I have a policy wherever I go, which is that I talk only on things that I know and have studied and not other things. So I'll stick to that. And so what I do at PRS and what PRS does is looks at laws, regulations, essentially the work with the parliament and the legislatures. And in that context, there are a lot of issues which come up when you're talking about reforms. I'll stick to that. I'll just give a few examples, which is that we are actually pretending to do reforms and we are not doing reforms. Example one, there's something called a Boilers Act 1923. Okay, so that is 101 years old. What does that act do? At that time, there's not too much of machinery. There's a fear of boilers blowing up. So they created an act for safety of boilers. Whenever you have a boiler, you need to have that certified. There'll be inspectors coming and all sorts of things. Well, today, you have many other things that can blow up, right? Is there an LPG cylinders act? Is there an oxygen cylinders? I mean, lots of things can blow up. Are we going to make different acts for each of them? The logical way to look at it would be, get rid of this act, have a common safety act. Now, there is a Boilers Bill 2024, which is more or less maybe 5% different from the Boilers Act 1923, and not in any substantial way. The 5% is superficial, I would say. And that is passed Rajya Sabha already. Why are we doing that? Why don't we bring it under something like, there is an occupational safety and health code which has been passed by Parliament 4 years ago, which covers all sorts of safety aspects. Why not bring it under that? So who is looking at simplifying the legal code and simplifying the system for, when you're saying citizen-centric, I presume that also means citizens include industry. So why do I have to deal with yet another set of inspectors who will harass me and will need their share of the pie? So I can't see any other reason to have this act other than one more set of people will make some money, which is illegal. Okay. I can't see any other. So countries like UK, so UK had a Boilers Act. That's why they brought it here. They have gotten rid of it. They have a safety act. They had done that in South Africa. They've gotten rid of that. So that's one example. Now that brings me to the idea that when we are doing reforms, we need to actually think and do genuine restructuring on first principles. So I guess most people know that there were new labor codes passed by Parliament in 2020. So what they did was 29 acts. There are 40, 11 were gotten rid of, 29 left, 29 were consolidated into 4 codes. Looks great. We have done massive reforms. If you go into in detail, what they have done is not that much. So, for example, there is the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code, which is what I talked about. 13 acts have been subsumed into that, and 13 important acts, including the Factories Act, the Mines Act, the Dock Workers Act, etc. Now, instead of having 13 acts, you have separate chapters. Chapter for the factory, chapter for mines, chapter for dock. So all you have done is, instead of saying there are 13 acts, there are 13 chapters in one act. And of course, there is some simplification, because who is an employee becomes common, who is a worker becomes common. So there is some. But why do we even have so much of separation between different things? Just for example, in the new code, I'll just give you a few examples of the complexity which has been retained. If for most people, it's okay. The old Factories Act had a maximum working hours, 8 hours a day and 48 hours a week. Now this one says that will be left to rules and regulations. I'll come back to that. That's for normal, except for certain particular classes. If you're a working journalist, you can work for a maximum of 144 hours in 4 weeks. So that's 36 hours a week. Okay. Now for leave, again, if you're a sales promotion employee, you will get leave for 1/11th of time on duty, and you will get medical leave for 1/18th of time as medical leave if you're a sales promotion employee. Not if you are, let's say, a software coder or something else. Why do we split the world into such specific occupations and have separate laws for them, instead of saying, okay, if you're going to have a law which says there should be minimum leave for all employees, have that for same as everyone. So they have not done any of that. By the way, if you're a motor transport worker, you get 1 day in every 10 days.
1 day?
In every 10 days. That's the minimum you have to get. So these are mentioned. Now, interestingly, these codes, they were passed in that short 10-day session in the middle of COVID in September 2020, along with the same session at the labor codes. It had the farm laws, it had the FCRA amendment. So it had those 10 days. But September 2020, now we are in December 24, they have not yet been notified. So we are still under the old Factories Act, we are still under the old Mines Act, we are still under all the old acts. So that was my second. I'll just give you a couple of more. How much time? Am I eating up too much into time?
No, no.
Okay. We are moving backwards in certain things. Okay, not just staying still. So here I was saying that we are not moving forward. I'll tell you where we are moving backward. So we are a Section 8 company. I guess, is ISPP a Section 8?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Have you dematted your shares? You need to.
We are in
It's
the
the law now.
process. We are in the process.
It's the law now. Now, I still don't know whose brilliant idea this was, because according to Companies Act, this is the law. If you are a Section 8 company, the shares are effectively notional because there need to be at least 2 shareholders. They can never be given dividends. They can never transfer the share for more than par value. Essentially, shareholders cannot profit from the shares. So they are essentially giving a donation and they're getting shares in, and they can transmit to somebody typically, and even that will be with the agreement of the other majority of other shareholders. So if you write in your will that XYZ gets my shares when I die, the person does not get the shares. Person gets the shares, but the others can buy them off at par value and decide who gets it. So these shares are never going to be transferred. The idea of demat was there were bad deliveries in the markets and you wanted to get rid of it. Why do you want to make Section 8 companies do demat? One never knows. It's like, I think and they never even put out a consultation paper, check, because somebody would have pointed out that this, I mean, to put it politely, stupid, but we are all going through the pains of doing that. I mean, it doesn't serve any purpose. Fourth, if I'm looking at higher education, one move forward and the same move backward. I'll give you an example. So there was an IIM Act, the IIM Bill of 2017, IIM Act which was passed. When I saw that act, I said, wow, I mean, this is something quite revolutionary, because for a government organization, they actually freed up a lot of controls. The board will decide who will be the next board. Board will elect a chairman. Board will select the new director. After research comes selection committee, etc. Essentially, it became a board-run organization without at that time MHRD, now I guess Ministry of Education, deciding everything for them, or etc. Well, the empire strikes back. IIM Amendment Act 2023 says the president shall be visitor to all IIMs, and all these actions, including appointment of director, will be with prior approval of the visitor. And obviously, when we say president, we mean the cabinet, we mean the ministry. So the empire strikes back. So whatever went came back. I'll just stop here. Just pointing out that we are thinking about reforms, we are talking about reforms, but we are not really acting to move the needle forward. It's people like us who are talking, but the people who are in power are not moving it forward.
Very, very interesting examples, Madhavan. I do have a question. We'll put it now, and then we come back to it in the second round, which is about the political authority versus the administrative authority, right? So decision about whether to have a Boiler Act or not, right? Whether to amend the IIM Act or not, right? Those decisions are taken by the political authority, and not so much. I mean, there's very little for administrator to do anything in those decisions. Like we can discuss that how that theory, the separation of two authorities works in practice, and then who would you put more blame on some of these examples that you quite succinctly pointed out, right? Let me invite Vidya to make her opening remarks.
And thanks, Parth, and it was very good to hear both Prachi and Madhavan. I think, you at the beginning, sort of set the frame around Samaj, Bazaar and Sarkar. And in a sense, my experience has sort of emerged from my work, both at the foundation as well as in some senses being part of Edelweiss, which is in financial services. But let me first turn to my experiences at the foundation, and there have been 2 or 3, I think, seminal experiences in the field that led to my conviction around the need for a public policy school, and therefore I was very pleased and honored when Louis and Parth approached me and invited me onto the board of ISPP, and also as a financial supporter of ISPP. In the early days of Edelweiss, one of the organizations we supported was Janagraha, and I think for me the deep issues of not only of the interconnectedness about the different ministries and departments, and within all of that, the people who actually execute at both the administrative as well as the political level, that complication, combined with the fact that one of the recommendations in the report around economic development in the urban, with an urban mindset. I think all of this is something that came to the fore. And one of our first very interesting funding for Janagraha was to support the writing of case studies, where Janagraha would present at the IS IS training college, I think at Nainital. And there were a bunch of case studies that were created that were written specifically on great ideas that had emerged from the services, in various places. So, for example, how Surat dealt and became one of the cleanest cities in India from its historic past of the plague and all of that, or some amazing experiments in Hyderabad around education. And these were meant to be able to, sort of work with the participants. I think most of the IS people who came there were after about 10 years in the service. So it was part of their retraining and re-education, as it were. And we ran that for 3 years. Sadly, after that, we did not get continuing support from the college to actually host it. So we actually withdrew. But it was a great way of bringing success stories to the IS community who are stationed all over the country, and to say that if you could actually be successful in doing something if you bring these different ingredients, these different parties, stakeholders together. But throughout and I also serve on the board of Janagraha, throughout my journey with Janagraha and my exposure to Janagraha, I think one of the things that's become very clear is the fact that all this is so connected. There is intent. You need intent in the first place, but then after that, the complexities of these multiple stakeholders, the politics of it, the egos of it, and bringing all this together is difficult, but needs to get done and can be done. There are exemplars of that. And how do we showcase that? That has been, sort of a journey that we've been trying to go through. I think when it comes to ISPP, one of the reasons I felt very strongly was because in my Edelgive journey, we saw, over the last possibly decade, some seminal legislation, policy work that's gone on, which affects different parts of society. So right from LGBTQ rights to surrogacy laws to, more recently, the anti-trafficking bill, which is still, I think, not really received assent. We've seen that there are, especially the marginalized parts of our society, who, um, laws are made that significantly impact their lives and their existence. But the way they're done is just not thoughtful. And as I think Madhavan very eloquently gave so many examples, I don't want to go into examples, you find that the purpose for which that law was actually enacted, there is a lot of lack of clarity sometimes, or there is a fuzziness. There is not enough data that is used to posit a particular point of view. There's not enough consultation. And even when there is consultation, there are pulls and pressures of various interest groups. And in the end, the people who you really need to serve, who are most excluded, they're the ones who bear the brunt of these laws. And I think that's why, and thirdly, of course, is my experience at Edelweiss. We are in financial services. We have very strong regulators. There is a system of consultation papers. There are very clear theories behind which each amendment is actually made to a lot of the rules and the guidelines and all of that. There is always a feeling that there is significant over-regulation. But I think in financial services in particular, one of the things I would like to see more of is something that has also been alluded to in the report is policy formulation versus implementation. And in the hurry to get into implementation, a lot of post implementation, there is no real sitting back and saying that if this is why we had actually recommended a set of amendments, did they actually achieve what we wanted to what we set out to do? And therefore there's a lot of this, which again Madhavan spoke about and Prachi also a little bit, which is that you end up being at cross purposes. Why you did this in the first place seems to escape, the attention of all. So I'll stop there, Parth, and I can speak more later.
Great, thank you, Vidya. I think let me just do a quick follow up on what you said. One, that you talked about your experience with Jana, working in the sector and across various ministries and departments, right? And the second, you talked about your experience with Edelweiss, which is a financial firm, which is, of course, there's a separate regulator for that sector, unlike, say, many other sectors in India, right? Do you see any difference in terms of the behavior or approach of the regulator? So administrators who are regulators on one hand, versus administrators who are sitting in the ministries and departments. So broadly, our assumption has been generally, right, in the literature, the regulators behave slightly differently. So there are defined powers and authorities given to them. There are defined sort of accountability mechanisms which are built into the system as a regulator, right? And therefore, you expect that that group of people would have different way of approaching the customer, client, citizen, right? Than maybe the regular departments and ministries. Did you experience any of that in the two different worlds that you interacted with?
Yeah, I think when it comes to different ministries and departments, I think a lot of our experiences have been largely positive or not so positive, depending on the people who are sitting in those chairs. And like I spoke about intent, and there's a lot of where we found people even with an open mind, with some curiosity, with some desire to actually enact change, we found it easier to find ways. So we still run a fairly large program in Maharashtra, 10-year program with the government, on transformation of education. It's a statewide program, but there's been so much. A lot of it has actually gotten done because there are institutions, structures which have all gotten involved. And in a sense, different actors in that structure, whether it's the NCERT, whether it's the District Commissioner of Education or the Education Secretary, when the intent is there to actually enact change, then we find that even people on the other side want to engage, and they want to find ways. And that has been Janagraha's experience as well, whether it's been around state finance or municipal finance, or more disclosure, more transparency. It's so dependent on who you're working with, what the overall how the dispensation actually looks at all of this. uh, that has sort of been our experience, but it's a little bit of some amount of movement forward, some amount of movement backward, and it requires an incredible amount of patience and the desire to hold on and to keep on sort of being at it, being persistent. I think with regulators, I think you're very right. There's a very clear remit. There's a clear, framework in which they operate. There are consultation papers. There is enough time for different market participants to actually react. And in at least with SEBI, there is a appeal process. And that really helps, because you can, if you feel that something is not been correctly interpreted, at least there is a way of reacting. I think my quarrel mainly is that when there are, in a fast moving world, our world is changing so quickly that it's not, you really need to pause from time to time to say, okay, this is the reason why. It's the boiler example that Madhavan gave, right? This is why we did this at this point in time. Is it still relevant? And is it really solving, or is it complicating? Is it making things easier for people, or is it going to make it more complicated? And I think those questions we need across the board.
Thank you, Vidya. Do you have any comment on terms of regulator? So administrator as a regulator on one hand, and the administrator as a secretary of a ministry or a department for that matter, right? Do you, in your experience, have you seen difference in how that operates? Is there something to learn? I'm asking that question largely from the point of view of, is there anything to learn for us from the experience of the regulator as administrator that can apply to obviously the administrator within the department or ministry? So I'm just cross-fertilization within our own system.
So my previous life prior to PRS, I used to be in banking, and I used to do interest rates and currency research. So I used to be, let's say, an RBI tracker watcher, because that's my entire life. Or let me put it this way, my bonus depended upon how well I could predict rates. So it mattered to me, if not to anyone else. Okay. So one key difference I can see is back to the same old story which people keep talking about: specialization. Specialization. So RBI has specialization in financial market, which has its problems also. But if they understand that somebody spends, forget the governor. Governor is just the top boss. The whole system has been doing markets and understands markets to whatever extent. Whereas today's secretary, mines would have been yesterday's secretary, health would have been day before yesterday, joint secretary, some transport, surface transport. Okay. Of course, the IAS keeps talking about how it should be generalists, how generalists are useful. But if you look at where people put the money where their mouth is, which is industry, you would typically find, for example, if let's say Edelweiss wanted to hire a new senior person in the financial markets, they would hire somebody who has been in financial markets for a substantial number of years and not somebody who has been, let's say, working for Tata Motors production line, because that person may be good but doesn't have the relevant experience. That's my guess. So there is a value to knowing the subject and the domain, which unfortunately the government seriously lacks by design, okay, which the regulators have. And the regulators, fortunately in India, by and large, have been much more consultative, put out, very often put out draft papers, get in feedback from industry, then they do whatever they want, which may not be always the right thing to do, but they at least go through that. So back to my example, that section 8, if they just put out, I'm sure that was incompetence and that was not, because it doesn't, I can't even see any vested interest being served. Okay, other than NSDL getting 5,000 rupees from me every year, which is too small for them. Okay, so it's, I guess, just sheer incompetence. And if they had put out a paper, somebody like PRS or someone else would have written back, what are you doing? And they would have not have done it, but they don't. They just come out with a circular. So I think that there's one fundamental difference that I see.
So specialization is one of the key difference that you're pointing out.
Yeah.
And that certainly is part of the
that you've written about.
Suggestions about how to create that two track in a sense. One is a generalist track and the second is a more specialized track. And people get to choose depending on what they want to do within the service, right? Do you have anything to add to this distinction between regulator and?
Yes, I have. And I agree with what Madhavan sir said about that how they do not get to specialize. What difference does that make when an IS officer or any administrator have an open mind? And I go back to what Vidya said about intent. If you have the intent that, okay, I don't know this subject, but I can bring together as a generalist or whatever with what the power that I have, all the stakeholders at one table, get the consultations going. And again, what I go back to the report, I thought, I strategized, but have an implementing body very much set in the system, which we call now in terms of monitoring and evaluation also. That should be in a policy design, that this is the implementing body, this is the monitoring and evaluation body, which will give the report of the impact also. So these changes have to happen in the mindset of that administrator. Some administrator already have that. I have seen in my additional secretaries and the CEOs that I have seen, and even the DMs that I have seen in the aspirational blocks and districts. It's always very person oriented right now in our system, and that is the limitation that we go with. Vidya will agree that project gets stalled if the leader changes.
Yeah.
So that is the statement I will give.
Let me ask the last question. Maybe we have maybe a few minutes to open up to the audience about the political authority versus the administrative authority, right? So focus of the report and obviously focus of the discussion here is on the administrative authority, right? Not so much on political authority. So how do you make that distinction in both in terms of understanding, not just accountability, but also in terms of what kind of changes we want to bring about in the system, given the role that the administrators play and role that they don't play, right? Both those things are there. So I'll just quickly go around and see what you have to contribute to that distinction, how that plays out.
So in theory, the political executive makes the policy call and the entire bureaucratic system, right from the secretary downwards, are supposed to implement that call. That's the theory. In practice, yes, minister. Okay, that works. I mean, so you have, sir, what Appleby? Humphrey Appleby. We are full of Sir Humphrey Appleby's all over the place. Just to get back to my IIM example, I'll trace the story. So there was an attempt to act. So IIMs, there was no act earlier. They were all set up under Societies Act, each of them in their own states. And the idea was to bring about a new one so that they could also give award degrees. Like I studied in IIM, Vidya too did. You don't have an MBA, you have a PGDM. We are essentially diploma holders. We are not master's degrees. Okay, so the idea was if there is an act of parliament, they can award degrees. Okay, so the push was okay. That is an easy part. You have a template. You have IITs, you have IIMs, you have enough of these institutions, copy, paste, make some changes. But then someone got the idea, let's try an experiment, let's reform this. And this push came from the PMO. And the education ministry bureaucracy stalled it because they lose power. They just stopped it. And it went on for years. The bill draft will go, and some of these drafts came out. And it's essentially no change. Then something happened, the education minister changed, decided that PMO is important, and the bill which was pushed from there got through. So that's how the act happened. Of course, the Sir Humphreys were not happy, and when they got their opportunity, and they have something which, again, Vidya used that word, they have tremendous amount of patience. So they waited patiently for 6 years, and the umpire struck back. So that's what happened in the IIM bill. So in practice, it is the administrative executive, as we call them, or the bureaucracy, which drafts bills, which decides. And they also, by law, typically many of the items in the act would be delegated to rules and regulations, which are drafted again by the ministry. So they have tremendous power of making the final decision. Because finally, the political executive has too many things on their plate. Again, they don't have specialization. Because the minister may not know that particular subject too well. The minister is a political person. So they get by with that. So that's what I have seen happen.
Quick question on that. So you are saying that the first bill came through because of the bureaucrats in the PMO. They wanted to push through a reform.
No, someone convinced the PM.
Possibly, right?
And therefore the PMO pushed.
And his amendment
quietly came through later.
But also we had an education minister at the time. So it couldn't have gone through unless the education minister and the cabinet would sign on to it.
Agreed. But the minister also is trying to do multiple stakeholders, including the bureaucrats. I mean, one has to keep everyone happy, right? So who has the eye on the ball, who is pushing, looking at it, how you get things through, lots of things happen.
Yeah. I think important point about rules and regulations. Under any law, of course,
lots of things.
They make the rules and regulations. So
they make all the rules and regulations.
Yeah.
And we are the laterals who make the presentation around.
In your experience, how does this play out? Political authority versus the administrative authority.
The call comes from the up above, whether it's PMO, whether it's the minister, or whether it's the secretary of the department. It's the perception of that leader that I want to work here. It happens in the district also. There's a BLO who is saying that, okay, this is what we should do, but DM in their experience can have that I want to work on ANC registrations only. So that will become the priority of that whole district. And fine, so it happens. So the whole system moves like that. As Madhavan sir also said that somebody must have said that, okay, this is the thing we have to work upon. System works around that. And it happens in any organization. What Dean Shah will decide in ISPP, that only will happen in the priority.
I wish.
Dictator Shah. Not Dean Shah, Dictator Shah.
So, Vidya, do you want to add to this conversation? Not the Dean part of it, but...
No, I heard both Prachi and Madhavan, and in a sense, it's true. I mean, for me, I think my experience has been really who is on the other side of the desk, and I cannot reiterate enough intent. When we started out in Maharashtra, the program was so much easier because the communication channels were always open, the desire to learn, the desire to share intent was very clear from the top. Then, leaders change and then you have to sometimes restart. And that is what ends up being tiring.
Some say the reason why we have a sort of structure, right, like the idea of a rule of law is largely to sort of separate the person from the rule, right, or administration. You don't want to have a system which is dependent on the intent of individuals in the system, right? System is largely supposed to be designed so that anyone sitting in that chair would behave in a particular way, right? Irrespective of who is the person sitting in that chair. So I'm just wondering that if your experience says that it's all about intent, right? Then is there any worth talking about administrative reforms? Well, so how would you then, other things, think about how do you do those reforms so that the person occupying the chair is somewhat irrelevant to what action is taken by the chair in a way, right? So you want to have more rule-driven, right, more system-driven approach than the individual-driven approach, right? So is there a way of separating that, or is there a way of thinking about admin reforms which would lead us in that direction? Asking me? Okay. Yeah, all three of you. Okay. And then we'll open up.
I think person dependence always is there to some extent. Okay, we can't get rid of it. But in a way, I would say it's also opportunities. Okay. So like the word patience, I keep saying lage raho munna bhai. Okay, something will happen. I'll just give you an example, which I have heard from KP Krishnan, which is that SEBI Act was actually made in 1988. SEBI was set up. The Act wasn't made. SEBI was set up as an administrative body. And there wasn't enough political backing to actually create a regulator. Then 92, Mr. Harshad Mehta did whatever he did. And there was a JPC and there was clamor for change, that something had to be done. And that was an opportunity to bring this out. And the act, all draft, everything was ready. So everything is ready. There is public pressure to show that you're doing something. You have a ready-made thing. If the easy thing is today, yes, we are making this change. And that happened. And that was transformative. So the idea, I would say, for people like us is to keep things, keep pushing things, and also keep things ready. And you never know when that opportunity will come. And it will come at whatever, at sporadic intervals. But when the opportunity comes, if you don't have the thing ready-made at that time, you have missed that chance. So one has to keep that. And just aside, and a snarky comment on the rule of law, whenever any American now pontificates on rule of law, I have two words: Hunter Biden.
Well, it is by rule of law. President has the power. Yeah. Do you want to add anything to the?
Yes. So I would say that again, it's of course it's perception driven, but it's a very little part because perceptions are driven by what is they are seeing as information in front of them. Any leader has very small time of amount in terms of information to read and then take a decision. Those information in a very succinct form comes through their subordinates, to the data analysts, researchers that are in their department. So I guess it's the people like us who give them that information. And hence, again, I come back to my data-driven decision-making approach. Do you know there was a data governance quality index that was developed by NITI Aayog and Development Monitoring Evaluation Office? I was fortunate to see that happening when PMO drove it. And the first part, major part was, is our ministry talking around their data? So I guess data-driven approach is being adopted by the PM himself, the ministers also, and I guess how PRS conducts it. Everybody is very data. They want to know what is happening in my constituency. So the decisions are taken on the basis if the right data is being given, the decisions, and that approach needs to be coming more. And that will be the...
Vidya?
Advan just put it very succinctly and just in terms of, seeing how the winds are, but being prepared all the time and then, sort of entering or executing or implementing something, bringing in change at the right moment. when we were speaking about the difference between political and administrative side of government, I think the political side is very good at sensing when something is, it's not that all of them don't have the intent. They have the intent, but they're also very conscious of timing. And we who sit on the other side are a little less patient. But you have to just, keep at it. You have to sometimes. I think, our sector in the on the development side, I'm not sure how much advocacy we can or we actually do, but corporates, for example, are very good. They just go on and on, whether it's through lobby groups or through government relation departments or through various other ways, right? So I think that just going on and being ready at the right time is possibly why you can't just dismiss ki abhi what's the use of these administrative reforms recommendations. You have to be able to do both, and people are not enough without institutions and structures.
Thank you. Thank you. I think one thing we are discussing here is what next. So I think on the opening panel that we had, we all talked about, okay, we got the report done, we have discussion launch. What is next? And the next, actually, one suggestion was from the audience earlier that we should be taking these ideas out to the public, right? I just want to open with that question to the audience also. Instead of you asking questions, I'm asking you a question. The what is next? What would you propose should we be doing in order to make this ambition viable, idea viable for administrative reforms? Yeah.
So we were discussing during lunch. We were having a conversation about how citizens as a whole will create that momentum to actually bring this vision into a reality, a planned reality that government would actually want to work towards. But when we talk about momentum that is being created by citizens, it is also important, I believe, that citizens need to understand what this vision actually is, which this report will help them understand the practical aspect of it, I believe. And when we talk about that, to make them understand, we'll have to go to the grassroots level, which can be done by institutes like NGOs and other think tanks, which actually are the bridge between government and executive and the citizen. So I believe this report should be taken up to the NGOs as well, for them to actually channelize it in some way or the other to make the citizens understand, so that they can create that momentum.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Two comments. One on this generalist versus specialist debate. Clearly, whether it is academia or administration, we need people who are T-shaped, who have depth of expertise in one or two areas, but have a broad familiarity with, understanding of, and willingness to work with other sectors and other disciplines. And that is how we need to develop our academics as well as administrators, neither purely specialists nor purely generalists. I don't think that's going to work. The second is regarding the question of whether the political master makes the decisions or whether the civil servant actually points the right direction and gets the political buy-in. I believe it varies according to circumstances, as the panelists have said, but we must also recognize that we are living in very different times when there are complex adaptive systems which are connecting, coalescing, and colliding with each other. And therefore, the sensitivity to be adaptive is going to be very important, and relatively quick decision making in terms of change of direction or change of priorities. A good political decision maker probably is better at pointing the direction than a civil servant who is much more comfortable with the status quo. Of course, the civil servant also must put the brakes on the politician if they're getting into the wrong direction. But I don't think we should say that the politician should always take the cues from the civil servant, because the politician is probably more grounded, both internally within the country and externally in terms of international relations.
Thank you. Yeah. There's a.
So, since you brought up the Boilers Act, to better understand what motivates the government, why does the government even feel the need to be secretive about something as benign as a Boilers Act? So,
I don't know. I have no idea because, see, there's an interesting, there's a very good question. And in the UPA2 period, I think, the NAC pushed through a policy for public consultation on all bills coming up. So there's a cabinet resolution that every bill should be put out into public domain for public feedback. But of course, like all policies, there are large exception availability in those things. And we have seen there are ministries which put out everything, a lot of stuff. There are bills which go through several rounds of consultation. And for example, the data protection bill which came, there was a draft by the Sri Krishna committee put out in the public domain. They collected back feedback. Second draft was put out. Then it went to parliament. So they do that. But that is perhaps about 20% of the bills. They don't do that for a large percentage of bills. No. Again, I think it's a lot of it is person dependent.
You already made a comment. Let me give chance somebody else, then come back to you. Okay.
So you mentioned about integrating acts which have similar objective into one act, like when you mentioned Boilers Act, and then you said also mentioned Occupational Safety Act. But then, if I understand it correctly, so in that case, don't you think that the objective of the act will become diluted?
Not really, because what is the objective of, let's say, this particular act? The larger objective is safety. Can you have a safety act which puts safety parameters? And then you say that for very different types of machinery, like boilers, you can have some machinery which can cut you up. You can have all sorts of machinery. Those will be by regulations saying what should be there, what should be there. But you have the common broader act, and you have basic principles coming out in a common. Because if I am setting up an industry, how many acts do I have to follow? How many inspectors should I deal with? We keep talking about ease of doing business. We are actually making it difficult to do business.
Let me end by asking you the question about what's next. What is after this report? Maybe quickly, all three of you can suggest your thoughts on what should we be doing.
I actually don't know. I mean, because we also put out reports. I mean, there are some things which are directly on bills which are easier because they go to MPs who act on them, or may not act on them, but they at least understand them. But there are, I mean, my pet area which we do, this is the only time I haven't spoken, so I shall mention those words: repeal the anti-defection law. We have been talking about it for 10 years. Well, we just have to keep, as I said, lage raho, and hopefully something sometime will happen.
Prachi?
What's next for me, meaning
No, next for the report. What do you recommend should be the next for the report?
In my opinion, the next thing that should be for the report is to have a strong advocacy, as someone in the audience was also mentioning, with all these stakeholders involved, that okay, this should be done in terms of, the report also talks about administrators, laterals, then political leaders, because it is about people that you are talking about. And that, I guess, in that system, change will only come when people are talking about that this change needs to come. Like we know that right now the laterals appointment came and it was taken back. And there were many reasons around it. There can be many conceptions around it. But I think people talking about it will make sense, first of all. And because we have just launched a portal, I know that it is very important that first people talk about it. Then the real people who have the power will listen. So that's the next thing. People should talk about it.
Thank you. Vidya, what should ISPP be doing next?
No, you don't want another report without, some action or some desire to move the needle. And even if there are 2 or 3 things, there's a whole list of recommendations you have. But if you can see if there are some early wins, see how we can add. Because a lot of this will need advocacy. It will need allyship. It will need to build allies on the other side. So, for example, I know there's maybe, reducing the number of ministries and departments is going to be a big, hairy goal. But if there are easier wins, smaller wins, some move in that direction through advocacy, through various stakeholders coming together to agitate, may be a good next step.
Can I just add to this in terms of advocacy? ISPP have very talented students, and
Say it loudly.
so this is a practical thing I'm suggesting as a young professional, that choose one area where you feel in the report strikes with you, research about it. Go to your professors who have more people that they know. Can you write an op-ed around it? Can you write a blog around it? Give the chance to these young professionals because they will get a name also. I remember writing that when you have everyone who has come out with this report, this is your baby. आप बार बार उस report को देख रहे हो. You will look at that op-ed also. So that is one form of advocacy that can be done, because it will connect these students. Each student should get the report in their hands, see which area is striking to you more, research about it, and Rinsha, you and the faculty should write along with them or connect with the people. It can be any bureaucratic leader also, it can be an NGO leader also, and it will give a mentor-mentee wala thing also. And that's prepare us as a young professional for this Viksit Bharat.
Thank you. On a wonderful note, that's the future of governance. That's the panel discussion and the title that we had. Thank you, Madhwan. Thank you, Prachi. Thank you, Vidya, so much for joining.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pat.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye-bye. Bye.
We just wait for a second if you can. We'll make a group photograph.
We will do a quick.
And you're going to be part of the group photo.
Thank you to Parth and all our wonderful panelists. I request you to please give the souvenirs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause for our panelists. And Ms. Vidya Shah, you shed light on what we need to do both as an institution and what the government also
So you
needs
get a
to do.
virtual pot, Vidya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether he would tell me. Thank you. Thanks, Vidya.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
We are now about to start the next and final session. There's no break in between, but while we're waiting for the next set of panelists to set up, I request you to just maybe stand up and stretch because you don't get to leave the room. Okay, that's one. And also for those of you who have received the executive summary, in case you haven't, please pick it up from the reception. Behind the executive summary is a QR codes that you can scan to access the complete report. Do please have a look at the whole report. I request the audience members to stay put. No break at this point. Stretch on your spot if you must, please.
Not quite.
The ISPP scholars who are here, I just want to quickly ask you, building on what Prachi suggested, she gave this wonderful idea that you should certainly pick on areas that are covered in the report, work on a policy brief, work on some op-eds. So anybody here, we've been having lots of discussions all day. Are there certain topics that struck you that you'd like to work on? Love to hear that. Use a mic, please.
My policy brief for WCL is on urban governance restructuring. So maybe I can add on more points to it and write a blog or op-ed.
Hello.
I request everyone to please take their seats. We're just about to start our final session.
Hello.
We have a very exciting panel of some of the most eminent speakers of this country. Please take your seats. We've reached the final session, which is titled Building a Legacy, Transforming Governance for a $30 trillion Economy. This session is going to encapsulate the day's discussion and outline the path forward. To kick off this session, I'll welcome Professor Agarwal again, Professor of Practice and Senior Fellow, for his initial address. I also request Mr. BVR Subramaniam, CEO of Niti Aayog, to please take the chair. Dr. V. Ananta Nageshwaran, the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. And the first Dean of ISPP, Professor Subhashish Gangopade, to please take the chair. And Mr. Louis Miranda, co-founder of ISPP. Thank you. We'll start the session with Professor Agarwal.
Thanks very much, Vincy. Lovely to see all of you here. I think we've had a great day of discussion. It's been fascinating to look at all the discussions we've had. But one confession I want to make is this whole thing originated following a discussion I had with Mr. Subramaniam at the Niti Aayog. The whole idea was, what is it that we can do to help support Viksit Bharat? My first suggestion to him was, can we help develop a roadmap for this? And his response was, government is already doing that. If government develops a roadmap, why will anyone look at your report? So I came back to him with an alternative proposition. What about looking at the delivery machinery for the Viksit Bharat, the administrative system that's supposed to deliver on this? And that enthused him a lot. He said, that's something of interest. That's something we're all looking for. And that's what really encouraged me to get on to doing this. So he's been a constant support for all this. There are a number of times I've reached out to him. I, in fact, informally sent him a copy of the report for his review comments. He's read the whole thing. So it's really a huge thanks to him to not just encourage us all the way, but be here with us today. Dr. Anand Nageshwaran, as you know, is the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. We're all talking about a $3 to $30 trillion economy. I think he has to be at the forefront of all this. He has to be the orchestrator for all this. So, you know, the 3 to 30, roughly 9% growth. He recently made a statement that the first 6 months we're at 5.5% or 5.4%. But now this is something which he has to now take us to about 9%. So that's, we thought we should get him here and say, how do you plan to do this? And then, of course, we had to have our resident economist, you know, a resident economist in terms of Subhashish, to tell us how we can contribute in ISPP towards this growth. Our whole purpose is to be able to contribute to this. And then Louis, we can't do anything without Louis. Louis has really been the, you know, big encouragement all through. He joined all our panel discussions, all the, you know, about 12 or 13 different panel discussions. He was there in all of them. So for us, frankly, to me personally, it was a huge encouragement to see Louis out there. So what I want to do in this session is, you know, after this introduction, really go around to all three of them, Mr. BVR Subramaniam to start, Mr. Anand Nageshwaran after that, Subhashish after that, and finally, Louis for some wrap up. But your thoughts on where do you think administrative reform can go? You've seen the recommendations that we made in this. Your thoughts on some of this. How do you think, what is your advice to us on how we can help you take this? I'll stop with that. Over to you.
About 5 minutes. I mean, yeah.
5, 7 minutes.
Yeah. So, firstly, I'll compliment ISPP for taking up this. You know, it's quite a thankless task. I mean, working on something as dull and as unimplementable as administrative reforms, right? Most people in government won't like to be posted as secretary administrative reforms. That tells you how exciting that topic is. But the point is, it is so critical and fundamental to any change that is happening and should happen. I think that was that. And Dr. Agarwal and me go back many decades now. So this was cooked up in our discussion. Niti was right in the heart of preparing and coordinating the preparation of a vision for 2047. The $30 trillion economy stuff. And he happened to be around, and then we had multiple conversations on what needs to be done. And that's how I think we said, okay, the details of the administrative structures. So the vision will not work out the nitty-gritty, not just here in any sector. Nitty-gritty will have to be worked out by individual sectoral, heads or departments. I think he got into it, both based on his background and also a pressing need. Now, why is this important? I mean, it's important for a variety of reasons, you see. First of all, India becoming Viksit Bharat is a very, very ambitious goal. You know, $30 trillion, the very size is not a joke. I mean, it's bigger than US or China today. They will be bigger at that point, no doubt about it. But just to give you a size of how big that change is going to be, it's huge, you know. I commonly use a phrase, you know, that the 3 trillion, you want to go to 30 trillion. I mean, 90% of India is still not there. It is yet to be built. So just think of that, you know, it will not exist. Just as ISPP didn't exist, you know, 30 years ago. 25 years from now, a lot of stuff that's going to be there, it's not visible to us. I mean, it's too much of a haze. And that's why, you know, thinking through that is very, very difficult. It's a very ambitious kind of a goal. And in a way, I'll come to this point again, and that's why administrative reforms become very important. You know, again, another commonly used phrase, you know, which I've said here once before, that, you know, you've resolved the problems of the last century. So we now have to tackle the problems of the next century. So the 20th century issues are done. Now we are into the 21st century issues. Now that's key. And to an extent, India as a nation, India as a bureaucracy, India as a government, India as a socio-economic, you know, political construct has demonstrated that it can do. And it has delivered in many, many sectors. It can deliver things on scale, in speed, in size. It can do innovation. We have shown capability. That is there. And that's why we have reached this point. You know, country which was written off in 1947. People were worried whether we would exist as a united nation, you know, 20 years down the road. is now seen as a power on the global platform. Nobody is actually now hyphenating us with anybody else. This shows, the stability and the capability of the country. But so what have we reached? From a hand-to-mouth existence, PL 480 ships coming to Bombay or wherever, unloading wheat for the next meal. We are now a lower middle income country. So we have a per capita GDP of about $2,800, and we aspire to be a developed nation. And what is a developed nation or a high income nation? That's what it's defined as. Will be about, the cutoff is about 14,000, whatever estimates are there. Economic advisor, Niti's own economist, about $18,000 is what we are targeting. That's how you get a $30 trillion economy. What does that mean? I mean, transition from a low middle income to a higher income economy requires sustained growth for 25 years, somewhere between 8 to 9%. I mean, if you want to just summarize, okay, how will you become a high income economy? 8 to 9% growth, 25 years at a stretch. Just as I was coming in, I was reading some article, Business Standard. The US and UK are what they are today, high income countries, because they've consistently had 1.5% growth for 200 years. That's it. So it's a multiplication factor, a percentage growth rate in a number of years. So if you've got 200 years, 1.5% is okay. If you have 25 years, you better go for 8 to 9%. So that's what the country should go for. It has demonstrated that in brief spells, we have done 8 to 9%. But the problem is, very few countries have done this for 25 years at a stretch, growing at 8 to 9%. The examples are very few. And that's what everybody calls the middle income trap, which is what the World Bank has used that as their theme in this year's World Development Report. But it's been in the works for quite a while. There was a study about a decade ago by the World Bank. In 1960-62, there were about 100 plus countries, 103 or 4, which were middle income countries. Barely 10 of them transited to higher income levels after 25 years, by 2001 or 2, when that study happened. So it's a very old story that very few countries transit from middle income to higher income. We can take a very neighborhood example, Malaysia. Malaysia looked far better than India, 20 years ago. When I was in the LBSNA Masuri teaching younger colleagues, we used to take people for training programs, India, IDS Sussex, and Malaysia. And Malaysia looked fabulous. If you today go to Malaysia, you won't find it that fabulous because it's still been the same. What it was in, say, 1998, 25 years later, is still the same. That's middle income trap. Thailand is in a middle income trap. If you look at countries which have grown out of the middle income trap, there are very few examples. South Korea is one. Japan, of course, it had different endowments, but there you are. Chile has done it. And there are about 10 odd countries in the whole world which have done this transition. Some have done it in Europe because they became part of EU. So they went from lower income to higher income. But so there have to be a certain set of factors, certain set of actions, and certain set of capabilities that are essential if you have to transit from a middle income country to a high income country. So if we have to become Viksit Bharat, we need those endowments or those skills or those capabilities. Therefore, and that's where I come back to, that we have solved the problems of the last century. We have to prepare ourselves for the problems of the next century, which means you need a new toolkit. The toolkit of the past is no guide to the tool for the future. You have that mutual funds, when you have an ad at the bottom, says, past is no guide to future performance. You can apply it to what the bureaucracy of the government has. The past performance of the government is no guide to the future performance of the government, because the toolkits and the skills and the approaches needed in the future are drastically different from that of the past. Addressing problems of hunger, poverty, disease, ignorance, famines is very different from addressing problems which are related to pushing a reasonably okay country in terms of these parameters to a higher income level, where you have to be more creative, more educated, more innovative, able to, you have to be more pro-private sector, you have to allow innovation to happen, you have better capital market, a whole range of things have to be handled very differently in a middle income country as compared to a poor country. What do you need? I mean, you need new skills, you need new capabilities, you need new ways of working. Old ways of working won't do. After all, we keep thinking, we have these old files in India with, whoever has worked in government will know. know, tag is there and you have white colored paper on one side, green colored paper on the other, generally quite bulky and falling apart. Is this how you see in other places of the world? Is that how well-off countries work? I'm giving a very crude example. You see, you go to any government office, there are more people sitting in the corridor than in the room. You know, you'll have a peon after each room, and then now you need them to be comfortable, so you have stools for them. You know, well, in other countries, you will have potted plants outside rather than people. So, you know, these are things, etc. Do you have people serving you coffee? You go to any modern office around the world, even corporate world, you don't have people coming to your room serving coffee. There'll be a coffee machine, you pick it up and have your coffee, you know, before the meeting. Or, you know, sandwiches are there in a corner, whereas here things are served. All these are changes. So there is a new way of working that is to be done. Then you have to have new organizational structures. Let us be very honest. We inherited our organizational structure from the British, who to a very large extent inherited one from their predecessors, I mean the Mughals. And it goes back further, you know, it's not just that, it'll probably go to Sher Shah Suri or whoever did the first land measurement or whatever. But fundamentally, the permanent settlement of Lord Cornwallis has decided the Indian administrative structure, and we are still continuing with that. Will that suffice to take us to the next century? You know, sometimes I shudder to think that, you know, if a young IAS officer, the youngest you can get in is at around 22. At the age of 27 and 28, you're a district collector with 1 million people in your hand, and literally you're the Lord Master of their fate. It's quite worrying. Huh? So, you know, would you trust the fate of 1 million people with somebody with so little experience? You see, this is it about the world. So, you know, enthusiasm and altruism is no substitute for skill and competence and knowledge, etc. So you need new organizational structures, the way the country is structured in terms of managing subjects, managing, you know, work, managing challenges that are there. And the last thing I'd like to say is you also need new mindsets. You know, I grew up in a state where having a cup of coffee with a businessman would be, you know, coterminous with you being corrupt. So you never had coffee with a businessman. Very simple. You won't be, I mean, those days we didn't have mobile phones, so there was no question of selfies or photographs, but you didn't meet businessmen. You would meet them properly in an office across a table 5 feet away. That's it. So you should be in the same frame. The question is, in today's world, is that the way the world works? Even more so, you go to a large number of developed countries, you will see that the private sector migrates into government and migrates out of government very, very smoothly. You do not hear problems of conflicts of interest. You don't have ethical issues. They're all handled through methods, through contracts, through systems which control that these issues do not arise. You see, otherwise you exclude a whole body of knowledge which exists outside government from contributing to government. So, as I said, new skills, new capabilities, new ways of working, new mindsets, new organizational structures. What is it all about? It's administrative reforms. This is what the whole menu of administrative reform. And I'm very happy, you know, I couldn't go through the whole report, I just saw it, but I had the executive summary with me, and you've covered a lot of that ground. You know, you talked about workflow, work culture, staffing, structure of the administrative system, current systems. So I think this is a very, very useful toolkit which can actually guide the changes. And let me, I mean, I can say that very confidently. Without changing this, if we think we can become developed, I would give it the foggiest of a chance. You need to change the way we work. If you see actually the way India is growing, you will see certain parts of India growing rapidly and certain parts of India growing less rapidly. A lot of that can be attributed to their administrative cultures, styles of functioning, etc. And I think states which have managed to change themselves to current times. I mean, I was Chief Secretary of, say, Jammu and Kashmir. Bad to give own examples, but first thing I felt about J&K when I went there was, thanks to 370, that state is a pre-1991 state. It didn't realize that the country had changed after 1991. It still existed in the previous era. It's a very, very, you know, useful insight to have. Even now, in a lot of bureaucracies, part of India, the primordial impulses are actually pre-liberalization impulses: command, control, regulate, etc. So we go through these periodical cycles of decriminalization, simplifications, ease of doing business, but like creep, it keeps coming in again, and that's the thing. And I think if this should be a top priority. I think in our vision also we have alluded to changing structures, changing organizations. It need not happen all at one go, because that can be too disruptive. Unless there is war or calamity, you need not do it. But you can do it piecemeal. You can have some early wins, some slower wins, pick up small departments and completely revamp them. That becomes a demonstrator for rest of the government. So there are multiple ways one has actually looked at it. That how can it be done? Pick up a service department, say Department of Posts. Department of Posts has a counterpart, which is the courier services. They do nothing but postal delivery. And today you have two types of courier: individual couriers, and then you have the Amazons and Flipkarts of the world who are also couriering their stuff through their own channel. So there are equally efficient structures outside. How can you do it? See what is happening to the US postal system, UPS, and then you realize massive changes. UPS is an independent entity of the government there, which runs on a grant, and they've decided to freeze the grant. And so they're recasting the way they do their work. So we can pick up parts of the government, get some of these things implemented there, and then use that as a demonstrator for some other parts of government. And one of the good things I have noticed from this report, and last point I'd like to make is, it avoids this thing about computerization too much. It's a computerization has become this, magic bullet manna from heaven, which will solve every problem in the world. You go to any department, they'll say, "What are you doing?" We're either building a dashboard or a platform, or this thing. You keep worrying. Okay, everybody will have a dashboard. Then what? So I think what's important is, I think you're focused on the structural, human, attitudinal element and the staffing element, which is actually more important. All the others are aids and tools. So I think that's it. But I think as we continue this conversation along, there will be ways of carrying this forward. Thanks.
Thanks very much. This is fascinating. A lot of what he mentioned, you'll find in the report itself. It's reflective of the fact that we've been having a lot of discussion on this over the last few months. And as I said, the whole motivation for doing this really came from him. So fascinating to hear you, as always. But let me move to Mr. Nageshwaran. Your thoughts on how this can go forward.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Can you hear me now better?
Yes.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. And so I managed to go through, except the footnotes and references in the end, the rest of it last night. So, and as my senior colleague BVR has put it very well, a report of this nature is always needed, because in the din and bustle of daily decision making, some of these things, not because of lack of intent, but sheerly because of lack of bandwidth, do tend to get ignored. And it always is good. And Mr. Agarwal pointed out that Niti Aayog under CEO BVRS has been instrumental in pushing this report along. And I can see the value of it. And because BVRS has strong views on this in terms of how to prepare the administrative mechanism and the machinery to prepare us and take us to a different league of growth in the next 20, 30 years. And I'll take on from a couple of remarks he said about whether, this people sitting outside the office rooms in stools and chairs, and we call them MTS, multitasking staff, in government parlance. And he also talked about fetching your own coffee and sandwiches, etc., in private sector. If you think about it this way, these are not just the manifestation of a certain administrative mechanism, but it also goes all the way back to the kind of societies that we have been. We are relatively feudal societies, top down, hierarchy matters. And the societies, in a way, in fact, that is good for which of those so-called hierarchical or societies which had very clear power structures, clans, tribes, etc., which of them in the modern context, post-industrial revolution, managed to make the transition to being a prototype of a Western economy. And you have to pick up a copy of Joseph Heinrich's book, The Weirdest People in the World, right? And one of the things that he attributes the causes for the success of Western societies in becoming wealthy, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, which is what the weird stands for, is that the church indeed forbade marriage within relations up to 7 degrees of separation, etc., and that forced those people to move out and establish relationship with people, with total strangers, which require a degree of trust. And therefore, along with it came a lot of mechanisms of arm's length relationships, contract laws, etc. In other words, those societies, by not necessarily by choice, but by sheer force of the edict of the church, they had to basically scale up. So one of the things that comes in the way of feudal societies to grow is this ability to scale, I think, because you trust only members of your own community, own group, own tribe, etc. You have to break out of that. And some of the many administrative things, the hierarchical nature, and therefore power being an instrument of, or rather information being an instrument of power rather than being an instrument of decision making. Most of these things stem from that, and these are therefore not just because it is not that the Indian bureaucracy is uniquely bad or something like that. These are all certain things that come from the nature of societies, how they have evolved. And Western societies also would have evolved in that manner, but the church kind of forced them to break away, according to Joseph Heinrich. Now, this is the backdrop. Therefore, the effort required to fit our administrative systems into the post-industrial revolution Western society concept is actually requires extra degree of work and thinking through. That is one dimension. The second dimension I would like to mention is public policy by nature is sort of, it's a wicked problem. And I think I spoke here about a year ago and in the class session, and I mentioned that the paper by Rittel and Weber, published in 1973, a generalized theory of planning, and ideally should have been titled "Why Public Policy Making is a Wicked Problem." Should have been the title of the paper. You should still pick it up and read. And it's not easy. You cannot just import corporate, private sector mechanisms to a government system because there are no finite targets, there are no measurable outcomes, and what kind of public policy solution is adopted depends on the nature of the way the problem is defined, etc. That is a second thing. Therefore, it makes it even more complicated to have a kind of structure which is geared towards decision making, which is more easy, which is easier in the private sector context. The third dimension is government ministries are organized on functional lines, not on outcome lines. So in private sector, you can create a project team which involves finance, HR, marketing, production, and everything, and legal and compliance now these days into one group. And that group and there is a CEO and he or she reports to that group division, product division, or so in other words, it can be a wholesome, complete group in and of itself. But in government, everything is organized on functional lines. And that is why, for example, the report says 50 plus ministries, 50 plus departments. And the United States, for example, has one Department of Transportation, one Department of Energy. And here you have to basically go through 6 different ministries at the minimum. When you look at agriculture, when you look at energy, when you look at climate change, and if you take skilling and development, that should probably be there across all ministries, right? So every task will require at least 2 ministries to collaborate. It's not self-contained, but that is the nature of the beast, so to speak. So that is why it requires super ministries or holding company kind of concepts. And some countries try to overcome that problem using specific task forces, etc. But this too is in the nature of the way governments around the world are organized. And that's why I think BBRS was correct to point out that we should not think that this system hasn't served as well. I mean, so in rupee terms from 1990s to now, the per capita GDP has grown by 247 or 248x, and in dollar terms by about 8x. Okay, and the same administrative ministry has got us here, but of course, what got us here may not take us elsewhere. And here, one of the things that the report says very interestingly, decisions are made on the basis of perception and not on the basis of data. So when I was outside the government, I also used to write that decision making in India happens usually in a fact-free world. I used to say that. I written about it probably in my blog or something like that. But I have to quote Max Planck here. He said science progresses one funeral at a time, right? And he said that. But then the original statement was, a new scientific truth doesn't triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die. Right? So in other words, it is not as if outside the government, people are making decisions on the basis of data, facts, and reason. And usually, and if you have read Jonathan Haidt's book, The Righteous Mind, he notes that we all use reason. I'm done with my 8 minutes. I'll conclude soon. We all use reason to justify a conception that we already have in our head, not to arrive at an answer, expose that logic and reason. That's how we are made. So to that extent, I don't think a government bureaucrat is no different from a typical human being in that sense. Okay, but having said that, the importance of data is what is highlighted by that particular statement. And I'm glad that one of our colleagues, Dr. Saurabh Garg, currently in the Ministry of Statistics, Secretary, is doing wonderful work in making sure that by sometime in the first half of 2026, most of the data systems and the indices and the weights, components, etc., are all brought up to date in a post-COVID world. So I think to sort of end my remarks here, some of the recommendations I think are very important, and except that, as in many cases with respect to public policy, diagnosis always easier. Solutions are harder simply because administrative machinery and political economy objectives do not necessarily always converge. When they converge, magic happens. When they don't converge, it becomes a struggle, but we have to keep trying. And I would see this effort as one of these process of trying. And on one fine day, a critical mass or inflection point happens and things change. So in that sense, I do see the publication of this report as an important milestone in that quest for improving ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. I think this is fascinating to hear. And particularly when you talk about implementation, you said solutions are more difficult, but implementation is even harder. And quite often when you do major reforms of this sort, the responsibility for carrying it out is outside the government system, not within. If this is given to the Department of Administrative Reforms, I don't know how much will go. So how do we put that now? I'm not saying that it's exactly what we should do, but President Trump has set up this Department for Government Efficiency outside the system. Let's hope how far he's able to take it. But that's something that we need to think of over here. But great, and it's fascinating to hear you. Subhashish.
Thank you. Anand's talked about the MTS, right? Mm-hmm. And when I was in the government for a year, there was a person sitting outside my room. And I found out there were two of them. So I asked the minister, why do I need a person outside my room to turn on the light, red and green? And I can always do it because I open the door and I can easily turn the light on and off. Right? But why do I need two? And the answer was, what if he's absent? So clearly the administrators are supposed to be complete nincompoops, that they cannot afford to do anything without being supported. I think that's an approach that really needs to change. Okay, now on a more serious note, I think that I was looking into it when OP told me about this report that he was writing. There was a similar report. Administrative reforms have been tried many times, but very similar to what you're doing happened in around the 2000s. I forget the exact time, when Kelkar was made in charge of a committee to reform the finance ministry, just the finance ministry, right? So which is, in some cases, it's very similar to what you're trying to do, but you're trying to do across the entire administrative system, right? So it may not be directly applicable, but the form and structure with which it was done, I think, was very relevant even today. And they mentioned 5 basic steps, if I can recall. One was the function, the objective, which is clear here, to move to a $30 trillion economy. So that is very well stated. Second is the form. Given the function, what should be the form, which is what you're discussing. And then they went on to say that there are three other things that are important. One is interfaces between finance ministry and others. And then there were the procedures to follow, which Anand referred to as the functional things that they have to do, the compulsions that bureaucracy has to go through. It is not the same thing as private sector. In fact, I was talking to one of my friends who was in the private sector, and he said the company that he was in, which is a very famous company, so I will not mention its name, an Indian company, which in the US, when he was there, he was sitting at the meeting, and the boss said, this, the owner of the company, said that, where will we go? I think we should go to $1 billion in the next 5 years. At that time, their revenue was around 5-10 million. And the guy who was in charge of doing this, he said that, what are you saying? $1 billion in 5 years? Take $7. Next day, he was changed, and my friend was put up there. And I can't do that in the, right? So you have to follow processes which are more well laid out. Because otherwise, you may be photographed talking to a businessman, having a cup of coffee. So you have to worry about these things. So in that sense, the processes are important, very, very important. And we cannot look at them in the same way as the corporate sector does. So it would be unfair to talk about efficiency in the corporate sector in the same breath as we talk about efficiency in the administrative process. They're not the same parameters that should not be used. So we need to be aware of that. And that's why I think processes are important. And finally, something that this report also goes into at length is infrastructure. And by infrastructure, they mean really human resource. That's what they meant. Capacities, right, that we were talking. So in that sense, if we can follow that structure, I think that would be good. Now, for me, if I look at the function, then I will say that post 1991, India has become an economically federal setup, right? Before that, because technology, imports, export, currency was all controlled by the central government, we were more centralized in the economy than we are today. So therefore, the role of the central bureaucracy, which is what you're focusing on, has to be a little bit different from what it was, right? Because now the center's major role, or the bureaucracy's major role, is coordination and facilitation across the states. You talked about regional cluster and all of that. So that is the role, which indeed, I think you also mentioned that in the morning. I heard somebody mention, I forget who, that the Niti Aayog could be the place where these sorts of things are done and driven by. So I agree with that there. Now, however, the Kelkar committee mentioned two things, one of which you have also said, which is reduce the number of ministries. But since they're only dealing with the finance ministry, they talked about reducing the number of divisions within the finance ministry. And they said that the revenue, disinvestment, which were I think there were 4 divisions at that time, they were all working on their own and their own turfs. And therefore, excepting when the 5 secretaries met with the minister, which I saw myself, right, there was very little discussion that was going on other than in Gymkhana Club. So there was no, because they all had their turfs to protect. So he said that, that should be done at the higher level, right, that thing. But people below should not be divided up into silos. There should be one given thing, and these divisions should go, which is, something. It's not just the ministries, but also within the ministry. The other thing they said, which we have had this discussion before, and the committee actually gives an example of what was going on in tax administration and tax policy, saying clearly that those who are administering policy should not be designing policy, because that leads to a conflict of interest. And these two should be kept separate. And that's why they were talking about this, no divisioning. If there are 5 secretaries needed, then you have those 5 secretaries working together as a team, right? So that, and they are completely removed, something that you also said in the morning, they're completely removed from the implementation of the policy to avoid conflict of interest. The other thing I would like to focus on, since you also asked me to talk about how the administrative reforms could lead to better innovation economy, right, or innovative economy. So there I would say that we need to change our approach. There is a mindset change that has to come in not just in administration, throughout the economy. And I'll give 2 examples of that, right? One was, I don't know how many of you know that in TB we use something called DOTS, right? And that DOTS was actually discovered, experimented with in India by the doctors in Chennai. And when it was taken up to the health administration, the question that was asked was, has it been tried elsewhere? Given that it was an innovative approach, so obviously it wasn't tried elsewhere. And given, you also talked about this thing about the riskiness of taking decisions that has come about because of certain, vigilance and all of that has been happening. So that legacy prevents the bureaucracy from taking risks. And that's the reason why this question was asked. Now, if we want to be an administratively, supportive system for innovation, then we need to change this approach. And something has to be done about this, how the incentives are to be designed and all of that, so that bureaucrats can take risk and their downside risks are being put. And the other thing happened more recently, this is my own experience, we had developed a financial instrument for small farmers, risk trading instrument. 3 times the group of ministers tried to implement it. Each time it was blocked by the Commerce Ministry. So we finally experimented it abroad, and it is now a big success. We published it, and therefore somebody picked it up, and therefore it was, but we couldn't do it in India. So the other thing, we talked about a lot about administration of urban areas in the morning, right? And this is all very, very useful. Here I want to refer, again, this is what I mean by mindset change. We all know about Singur and what it led to. By the way, every country in the world goes through city declines and reorganizing those cities and making them better places. It is not an Indian problem, right? It's a global problem. But everybody goes through in a way that we don't go through. That's the problem. And therefore I want to give these 2 examples. One happened in the US, which was Pole Town, and the other happened in India, Bengal, Singur, right? Now, if you look at these 2 things, they're exactly the same. The only difference was in Pole Town, the car company that we are talking about, they were making a Cadillac. And in India, they were producing the people's car, Nano. Other than that, it was very similar. But the way the thing was handled in the 2 states, other 2 countries, was very different. And that is where I think evidence comes in, because they made the mistake, right? In Singur, remember, Tatas didn't get the land. In Pole Town, GM did get the land. But then it led to serious problems, and it was handled in court. There was no bloodletting on the streets like happened in Bengal and all of that, because the way the administration was designed, they were quick to correct mistakes. And that mistake was corrected in 2004. In about 20 years, they realized that this was a big mistake that they had done. Our thing was also around the same time, but we didn't learn from that. Even though every committee report that I see in India, 2nd or 3rd chapter is global experiences. But the way we look at global experiences makes me extremely suspect about how they were done. Okay, so that's what I mean by we have to accept that we can make mistakes. We have to accept that we're experimenting, and the digital world that we are moving into is very different from what you're used to. So we have to accept the fact that we'll make mistakes. And hence, that chapter that you have, or that section that we have on managing risk of decisions by bureaucrats, that is very important. We have to really focus there. So the last thing I want to say is directly related to innovation. That if we, when I came back to India after my studies, I never stayed even. In fact, I came back 2 days before I submitted my thesis, because I was so adamant that I'll work in India and not be abroad. I came back to work in development economics, but there was no access to any data. So I became a mathematical economist. I was at the ISI, so it was very easy to become a mathematical economist. So that's what I became, because I did not have access to data. So that's a big, huge thing. And one of the reasons why we don't know about the Indian economy is because in our curriculum, we have a thing called Indian economic history. That's it. You cannot learn a country in a classroom. You have to be involved in projects. And this is one administrative reform we have to do if we want to plan for human capital. We have to give government projects to universities. No faculty member in the university is at all interested in those projects. That's a fact. Because researchers don't like to do things that they know. They like to do things they don't know, right? But what do? They get those projects and make the students do those projects. In every single country that you see with high levels of human capital, you will see that that's the way it is done. That's how they learn about their economy. If I wanted to learn about the Indian economy, then I had to finish my PhD. I had to do it from abroad so that I get a job here. And then I go to NIPFP to learn the Indian economy. That's the only way I can learn. Because today I was reading a paper where the data, they proudly claim the data is proprietary and no researcher can get it. It's a research paper done by foreigners getting the data from Indians, from the RBI. So we have to worry about this. We want to be an innovative economy. We can talk about all these things, but the simple mindset changes we should trust our own people. We cannot, make one, we cannot, we talk about colonial legacy. This is colonial legacy. So these are the things I think we need to change. One other thing that I would say is, if you look at all the successes, they're usually in mission mode. There have been huge successes. In other words, I strongly believe that it's not that we have bad administrators. Somebody talked about 22-year-old, 27-year-old. I think they can still do it. Learning on the job, experimentation, if these are allowed, because we have intelligent people. That's not a problem. They will get trained. But what we need to do is go to the fundamental and ask, why is this person who is performing so well as soon as they leave the country not being able to do anything here? There cannot be such a fantastic selection process that the world is picking up the best in India. It cannot be, right? There are type 1, type 2 errors. Some good guy is still here, right? So why is that person not being utilized? I don't know. So we have to change the system. We have to stop pointing fingers at each other, and we have to change the system, the way things work. And for that, we really have to look at the entire thing. We cannot look at it piecemeal, because to make administrative reforms, or bring about administrative reforms for the $30 trillion economy, we have to change every actor who is acting with the administration also, right? So you really want to do this administrative reforms thing, you have to cover those aspects.
So to pick up on that point, is not enough to just transform the finance ministry. It has to be
and also things outside the administration. How businesses deal with government, how academics deal with government, right? Everything, the business and government course that Krishna teaches over here. So those things have to be, all put together to understand how the administrative reform can take place.
Louis, over to you.
What a day. I've learned so much from the experiences of everyone today, which also explains OP, why I attended all the panel discussions and the fireside chats, because there's such a wealth of information that's gone into writing this report and the conversations today. Thank you for all your inputs. And as I said at the start of today, the journey of the report doesn't end now, it starts now. And the constant message we've got today were three things. One is, you got to keep pushing. And I remember Nandan Nilikani, one of our co-founders, said at one of our convocations that public policy is a long-term game. So one is keep pushing. The second is you need to find a champion to push it also. And the third is, how do you get others into the discussion, starting with getting the public into public policy and getting them to sort of make this narrative. Subhashish, thank you for being a believer in us right from when we first approached you, and for always asking why. Starting off, why this report? And I also want to let you know that the bureaucracy exists in the private sector also, especially in multinationals. But you talked about the need for a mindset change and accepting that we will make mistakes. That's so important in over here. Anand, thanks for being our big supporter. You've been, been a member of our academic advisory council. And I'm glad to see that your legs are working now. The last time he was here, he had a little ottoman to keep his rest on over there. So you talked about so many important things about the government being organized on functional lines as opposed to on outcomes, the feudal structure of societies and how that impacts us, data-driven decision-making. And I remember my former chairman, Mr. Kelkar, telling me this 20-odd years ago when he was my chairman. He now also chairs our academic advisory council. And he said one of his ministers one day told him, Vijay, stop confusing me with facts. And implementation is tougher, and that's the next stage of it. Mr. Subramaniam, thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to working with Niti Aayog to build a Viksit Bharat. I know it's an ambitious target, and as you said, 90% of what will happen in 2047 doesn't exist today. 8 to 9 sustained growth over 25 years. It looks difficult in the future. I remember when we started HDFC Bank, we were told that, HDFC grew at 30% over 20% for 25 years, etc. And we said, oh, that looks tough. It got done. And that's really what creates that growth here, that consistent delivery. Yes, we need a new toolkit. We need new skills. We need new mindsets. Earlier today, we had some discussions earlier with a lot of different panels. And Gucharan Das kicked off the day when he talked about the need for incentives and for accountability. Jamshid Godrej talked about the issues with land acquisition, etc., to facilitate the transition from moving from a farming economy to a manufacturing economy, and the need to develop T2, T3, Tier 2, T3 towns at the periphery of metros with proper infrastructure. Mr. Amitabh Kant gave us a great message where he talked about how this report is practical and useful. So many people we have to thank over here. First of all, OP, thank you for this. Thank you for coming on board to ISPP. And thank you, Mr. Pathak, for getting OP on board and for helping us articulate the need to create next-gen policy leaders for a rising India. This report has been a result of your vision and hard work despite your other commitments. I got to thank the team that put it all together. There's Vincy over there, who's also a faculty member, Harsh. Thank you. Sadav, thank you. And especially thanks to you for, for all the hassle that I gave you, including the 12 at midnight messages, etc. And an alumni who worked on it, a couple of them are here. There's Asta, there's Janki, there's Jibin. Jibin, where are you? There you are. And Snehal over there. Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you to the 50 plus people who contributed to the report. Your names are listed in the report. Thanks to all our speakers today and to our board. And we all share a common interest in Viksit Bharat. Our media partners, we got to thank both NDTV and Prasar Bharati. The ISPP team and scholars, a big thank you for all the work you've done today. It's all done in-house, and it was all done, work together. We all worked together to put this event together. Now the fun starts about getting these recommendations implemented. Got to thank the caterers, the audiovisual team, and Aman, where are you? A special thanks to you. I hope you sleep well tonight. Thanks to all of you for being here today. It's been a long day. Without your support, we won't be able to create the next gen policy leaders for a rising India. I also want to take this opportunity to announce the topic of our next flagship report. Universal health assurance for India and Indians. And yes, we have Dr. Srinath Reddy over here, India's foremost expert in public health, and a faculty member at ISPP. He will be taking the lead on this and building out a team to get this report done. Thank you, sir. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, Louis, for your encouraging words, and thank you again to all the panelists. I invite Pacha, our co-founder and dean, to please felicitate our speakers with the souvenir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fun.
Request all to please be seated for a moment.
Obviously. For me also.
Big round of applause for Professor Agarwal. Thank you.
Can we have one picture with the whole team? Come. Parth, Snehal, Asta, Sadaf, Vincy. let's get a picture with. Oh, sorry. Come close.
Why the heck? Why the heck you use Trump?
Thanks a ton. Thanks a ton. See you. Bye. I'll peep in one day. Say hello to you there.
Thank you to everyone for being very patient and for really giving all this attention. We look forward to your feedback. Do write in and wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you so much.